はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか。あたござん鬼道場指導官黒丸と申します。How's everybody doing today? Listen, I told you I was going to be back. I'm just going to get milk and I'll be right back. How's everybody doing today? Okay. Fallen out of habit with this. Finally awake for a live on Saturday? Well, I mean, it is a Saturday. It is kind of made for sleeping in, but happy to have you here. Accidental caps lock, that's okay. Fantastic. Right, let's get on with it. We have a bit of sloppa to get through. I think I should probably post my go live on them Twitters now, don't I? I'm not sure if it makes any sense for me to post go lives, but you know what? I will do it. I will make an honest effort. And while I do so, hope everyone is doing good. And we're going to start off with the thing that I actually owe, which is tallying up points, because I believe we've skipped a day because I forgot, and then we skipped a week because I was traveling or buried under work. So we have our score balances ready. Let me pull up the Discord. So we're going off of evening of June 6th, right? Because that was our last cutoff. Right, and we're going to start with Dom. Dom opening strong, so we're going to go with last score plus. Let's see what Dom has to offer here. Dom has a clip. So that's 15 points. The dark Kermit meme for 5 points. I'll get to myself later. Or you know what? We're gonna do this. We're going to do this as we go, otherwise I'm going to have to keep popping all over the place. All right, so that's me. I get a scoring workout. All right, there's code name. There's your scoring workout. It's 50. I really shouldn't let this thing fall to the wayside so much, otherwise I have to go very far back into the reports. Okay, there's Dom. Scoring workout. I really would prefer that people would use more tracking apps, but it is what it is. Okay, that's myself. I also get a scoring workout. Dom has been really gaming the system with AI gen memes. Not that I'm complaining, but he has found a thread, and God knows he's pulling on it. Nano Machine Sun meme. Yojo Senki meme. Yamaguchi Otoya meme. Damn, I'm gonna have to work out like 5 times per week to to make sure that Dom doesn't catch up on me. Okay, the Lego Glock meme is still a work in progress. I'm not going to score that one. Okay, judo workout for me. Okay, rooftop Korean memes for Dom. Helicopter meme. Oh, I noticed it too late. The foot on that one is reversed. Clip. One more clip. Homelander meme. You know what? Good for him for finding how to gamify the system. Okay, let's see. Scoring workout for me. Dom with 2 more scoring memes. And a workout. Okay. I kind of rabbit holed myself, leaving myself with only reading books and working out as a scoring behavior. Okay, 15 for clip. $15 more for clip. I should probably figure out an incentive for people to participate in this. All right, code name, scoring reps for when you were zeroing your AR-10. You still have you posted your AR-10 in the anywhere in the Discord? So you said 300 yard zero. That's actually kind of wild. It's slightly larger than the credit card box. There you are. Scoring reps. Workout. Dom also gets a workout. Oh, he has 2 in a row that he's logged. Also workout. All right. I get a scoring workout. Another scoring workout. I'm really enjoying the weather that we've been having recently. It's been spurring me to try to work out outside a little bit more. Okay, AI Gen meme. There we go. And I get to log yesterday's workout as well. Okay, Dom also gets 10 points for a public post with me in the image and sort of a demon. You know what? I'm going to say that that is a scoring meme. Even though it's been a while since I've run the 15-mile run. It's the kind of crossing into the territory of chronic cardio, which I don't particularly enjoy. And everything else is just going to carry over. Yeah, that looks about right. I am very narrowly holding on to my lead, mostly thanks to the frequency of my workouts. Hey there, Gecko. You've forgotten where you've posted guns, done drills, but keep forgetting to film it. Need a GoPro ball cap camera. I've jerry-rigged sort of, kind of, like a poverty GoPro where I just strap my phone to my forehead. You have news satisfactory is like Factorio, except it's first person and the devs actually put it up on sale. It's also like Subnautica, except with the ocean and the gay. But I like the ocean. Hi there, no Terry. And the gay is actually fairly easily corrected with a mod. So right now, my primary contention with Subnautica 2 is that it culturally enriches my GPU every time I try running it because it causes horrific memory leaks for VRAM, and like it straight up causes my GPU to shut the fuck down. So my laptop is left running on the integrated GPU. And I have very mild settings, so that's an optimization issue there. Gecko, did I say good morning to you? Good morning. For those of you who are not aware of what we're doing, this is the Oni Dojo point system. And if absent distractions, we do this once a week. We tally up the reported scoring behaviors from from the Hall of Achievement channel. So I would advise that everyone participates. I'm going to think of some kind of carrot on a stick to use for this. Maybe I'll dish out some, I don't know, prepaid Visa cards for you to for you to do things that you don't want to be traced back to you. Or I don't know, Amazon balance cards. I need to think about this. We need to think about what we want to do to motivate people to participate. But as of right now, we're going to be moving on. We're gonna start with reacting to Twitter. Apparently, liberal women are preparing to fight. Hold on to your to your britches there.
I have faith in you.
Ready, set, go. That's okay.
Oh god, it's an Uechi-ryu dojo. Okinawa bros, not like this.
That was off my damn heat.
I have faith in you.
Ready.
I think I know where this is. So, because for one, I know that this is not a blue state, because blue states, they restrict the ownership of nunchucks. You think I'm kidding, but most shithole states have it on the books is that it's not legal for you to own or use nunchucks. Nunchucks are not California legal. I don't believe this. The text is actually related to the post. This has to be some silly shit that landed on the internet for unknown reasons. Big thing for the workouts is your work schedule. You recently picked up heavy duty elastics to throw in your backpack, but nothing really worth points. See, I'm like that with my.
Do not redeem the card!
That was very loud. Yes, do not redeem. Hello, Stoner Stan. But I'm like that with my dry fires. I don't report my dry fires despite doing it constantly, but I don't do it in like a systematic fashion where I track the time. I have some kind of, trackable variable of what's my hit factor, because it's fucking dry firing. What hit factor? But I try to do that at least once a week. Hello, cowled one. With my carry gun. Like I fidget with the 19X all of the time because it sits dry on my desk. It is my sort of constant dry fire gun. But at least once a week I try to deload my carry gun and suffer the how should I put this? I suffer the indignity of having to dry fire with a subcompact handgun. Because I get very used to the 19X because, it's a full-sized grip and I have adult-sized hands. And then I go to my subcompact and I'm like, oh, damn, this sucks. I can't. And I need to modify my trigger pull. The fucking grip no longer works. And because it has a red dot, it shows like all of the extra inputs I'm putting into it. Nunchucks are a weird thing to regulate. I mean, it's two sticks on a string. What the fuck are you regulating? But so the thing is, no, Terry, I think that a lot of the quote-unquote resist people have this tendency of tough posting when at the moment that when they've applied even the most minimal effort to like acquiring, even approaching competency in violence, like, oh, be ready, conservative, we're on the fucking warpath. Despite this is probably Austin. If I had to bet money, I think this is Austin because I think there's an Uechi-ryu dojo somewhere on the outskirts, if I recall correctly. I haven't looked into it in quite a while. Just because I'm generally disinterested in Uechi-ryu, they're kind of a regressive branch of Okinawan karate, if I have to be completely transparent. They're not as bad as Taekwondo. What did she do with the nunchucks? Oh, you weren't here for this. There we go.
Ready, set, go. That's okay.
I mean,
That was off my damn heat.
so here's the thing. On a positive note, she didn't clip herself with them, which is harder to do than most people think. What did she do with the nunchucks? Nothing her father would have been proud of. You see white belts in the dojo handle those better. I mean, for one, like, listen, it is wrong to make fun of people who are new. However, the people who are new shouldn't be posting them being new to the internet. Like, please do not give me a reason to clown on you. But yeah, I guess it's for the purposes of this, like when you're training adults, it's a little bit different. In the sense that most adults who come into martial arts out of the blue without any kind of background and training, they lack any kind of body awareness. Like they are. Take note, there is no power in this. Well, because if there would have been power, she would have been hit by a rebound. Because very few people actually know how to place a nunchuck hit. They don't understand sort of the follow through physics. There's a Kurobi World video that I've seen a long time ago. If I can find it, actually, let me see. For once, I do not have a tab for that. Will be World Nunchaku. Let's see. I think that's the guy that I've seen.
I told you.
You're so much whiter.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
There's really no excuse anymore to have.
ヌンチャクの使い方を総まとめ。さああなたもご一緒に。
How are we feeling about the audio?
右斜め後ろ後方であったんですけど、この動き実はもうここに宮城先生が立ってる手で、ね、
Well, he's explaining the power production of it.
ここに
Seems fine to you? Okay.
相手の眉間に対してここで投げる。
Oh god, I hate this. Video audio is lower than mine, which is generally desirable. Okay, just making sure, because the audio was very loud for me. So, this is a bit of a gimmick, but it's actually a very good gimmick, because most people who have at least a general starter's awareness of what nunchucks do would expect the lower nunchuck to be whipped over the shoulder here. Instead, it's the upper nunchuck is being thrown at your face with a whipping slash. It's very fucking unpleasant. I was taught to do that with one hand without wrapping it around the shoulder, so I would basically like chopstick them, and you would throw the upper one.
99% もオフェンスの攻撃の武具ですので、私が
He's explaining that nunchucks are like predominantly an offense heavy weapon. There's not really a lot of defense that you can do with nunchucks because they're not a rigid structure.
アメリカとか行った時もですけど、ストロングサイドとウィークサイドってよく使いますよね。弱いところと強いところ。両手で持ってる時にはストロングサイドなんですよ。そうですよね。何でもできるので。はいはいですね。でも片手になるとウィークに変わるんですよ。でも
The main kata your group does has the chopstick throw too. I really don't like nunchuck kata. I've tried learning some of the traditional Okinawan forms with them, and I don't know, it just messes with. I understand that there's an internal logic to it. There's also a southern and northern school of using nunchucks, and I think that I'm just of the one that doesn't do kata with them. So we mostly focused on like standing transitions and grab changes and like nice arching whips.
このウィークからストロングに変わるにはどうするかってもう振り続けないといけないです。振り続けたら相手は来ません。でも止まったら来ます。なのでやはりこの取り方とか取り方もこの取り方はしないんですよ。私は引いて取るので。
That's actually a very important point that he's explaining. So when you're doing passes, when you're trying to catch the nunchuck, you're not supposed to just swing it into the point of impact and just attempt to catch it on the spot. You are supposed to swing it into the general direction and give it a pull along the hand. It gives your hand a bigger surface area. It's easier to index off of doing that, and you're going to have a more consistent grab under stress. You do like one nunchuck kata around, or a bit over half the kata you know are open hand. I like say most, how should I put this? Basic karate curriculum can be adjusted to pretty much any kobudo weapon. Like you can do MP. Well, you don't have MP. You can do wanshu. Well, that's what you call MP. You can do wanshu with staff, for example, because it's originally a staff kata that was then converted into being an open hand form. Same with nunchucks. Like I can take nunchucks and apply them to either basic katas like taikyoku. I can do heian kata with nunchucks, and it's going to be a gimmick in the sense that it's not really following through with the logic of that the form is supposed to impart, but it is going to give me reps and exposure on the weapon that I am attempting to use. So it's an okay way of building familiarity in a repeatable and trackable way, but it doesn't really teach you anything directly applicable.
これを一旦垂直にして、でこの手はそのままなんですよ。動かないですね。動かない。これを引いて、そうです。でこれが前に追いかけたりとかすると、ほぼヌンチャクの場合猫足で振ってますので、どこにでも逃げられるように。でこれをはい今出してみます。
That's not the part that I wanted to show. Let me.
振ってしまったらそう次がいけないんですね。こうやって受けるっていういけないですね。なのでこれをもし打ち落とす、これをこう来たらそしたら今度こっちが来ますのでこっちではいけないですね。そう無理なんですよ。無理なんですよ。これに対して
I want to find the part where he's explaining like the physics of a follow through slash. That's basically the main takeaway that I wanted to see here.
でもしこれでしたら下にこう反対にそうでなったとしても今度引くことができるんですよ。振ってしまったらそう次がいけないんですね。こうやって受けるっていう動作があるじゃないですか。肩でこうやって受けるっていうじゃないですか。これものに対してでもヌンチャクはその当たり方だと人に
Oh, there it is. Okay.
自分のところに返ってくるんですよ。
So he's explaining that if you just swing a nunchuck at like a solid object, for example, even if it's a body, it's then going to rebound at you.
ですので刀のようにせーの切らないと切るんですね。
So yeah, he's explaining that you're not supposed to be like you're not swinging the nunchuck with the Japanese word for that is furu, furimasu. He's explaining it as kiru. You're supposed to slice with the nunchuck, implying that there is follow through because that way, yes, you have a point of contact, but you are also withdrawing the nunchuck, preventing it from bouncing all over the place.
こちらと一緒ですごいな。私たちその会長に言われて稽古してるんですけど、普通にこうでしたら帰ってくるんですね。帰ってくるんですね。
See, if you just drop it, it flails, it bounces back.
でこれを
And with the follow through, he has control over it.
やっぱり
So yeah, that's the primary point that I wanted to make. All right, let's see. Oh, we got more. I think I've seen this one. Hold my glasses. Not. Very, very nice tornado kick. Unfortunately, he collateraled the guy next to him. Right on the back of the head, too. Quite unpleasant. Speaking of people being collateraled... Shit. So, let me check my notes. A commie black pillar twink lashed out angrily and committed a thing that never happens in Canada because apparently they have strong gun laws. And in the process of doing so, a female officer responding to the incident just shot and killed a bystander. We're not going to look at the footage because people die in it, and that is, like, I laugh at it, but it is actually fucking grim. And it has spurred on multiple conversations about, well, why is it so bad? Why is it like a Canadian police problem? And to a certain extent it is. I think that there's a tangible pattern that we can point to of police forces, mostly in the Commonwealth, becoming very complacent because they think that they have a monopoly on violence. And then when violence happens, they don't have monopoly on anything other than sucking dick. So there's that. Excuse me for a moment. I need to adjust my lighting. All right, we're back. If the correct info has any comedic irony, the guy that was unfortunately met a scared woman cop was a rabbi. I don't understand the intersection. I mean, apart from the whole thing sounding like the beginning of the most racist joke you can possibly make, like a Muslim, a female cop, and and a rabbi walk into a Canadian business center. The way you would describe this shooting is conflicted feelings. I mean, here's the thing. I am also not a fan of the fact that we have police officers named Mohammed in the Western world. That's not very cash money. I'm not sure any Mohammeds can be trusted with policing authority. So that's entirely beside the point. From what I gather, the manifesto contained a sentiment to the effect of maybe Islam is kind of right on something. He was doing the fucking retard right horse. Like, he went all the way through the horseshoe theory, through the retard left, then starting to dip into the socialist retard right ideas of maybe we have more in common with communists than we have originally been led to believe. And then he just shoots a fucking Muslim in the process of chimping out. And where was this? Montreal? But yeah, I think the primary takeaway here is the people telling you the people saying very confidently that only the government should have guns, and they do so in a very smug and self-serving way, are usually the same people who freak out, prevent their partner from taking cover, causing him to be shot and bleed out, and then shoot a bystander because she's afraid, only to then run away from the shooter and get clipped herself. Another day in Canada. But speaking of horrors that are happening to us right now, this is apparently Disneyland. We're going to turn the sound off, just in case it's copyrighted music, which it likely is. So, can someone explain why? Did she clip herself? Yeah. Oh, did she get clipped herself? Gecko, please. English, motherfucker. Yes, she did. The chronology, so they can groom children. That's why. I mean, you're not allowed to post spoilers that fast. Okay. It's also a victory parade. You're kind of right. I kind of hate it, but you are sort of fucking right. But yes, the chronology of the Montreal shooting was that the commie twink started shooting at the hotel. There was a police response of 2 armed officers. Well, I say armed. armed, but apparently not really well trained. Yeah. So as they were exchanging fire in the walkway around the business center, the female cop occupied the only viable corner of cover, body blocked Mohammed from taking cover himself. He gets clipped, starts rapidly losing blood. There's no attempt at stopping blood. I mean, I understand the priority is to deal with whatever is shooting at you than plugging holes in your friendlies, but like she did effectively cause him to get shot. Then when the bystander was trying to escape the shooting, he understandably ran towards a cop. She got scared because the Canadian police don't train shoot-no-shoot drills and generally don't have any fucking accountability for how they use their service arm. So she just smokes him center mass, like directly into the fucking heart. He just drops dead. And by that time, the shooter is now done reloading his fucking SKS. He runs up on the corner. The female cop and the shooter blind fire at each other, miss each other completely. The cop starts running away and gets shot in the back, and I believe she didn't make it. This is why we're taught firearms are tools. The mind of a prepared individual is a weapon. Those cops were unarmed. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, the general question here is, Disney is understood to be a children's content franchise. Not even franchise. How should I put this? Disney is primarily and predominantly a child minor targeted brand for all intents and purposes. I understand that there's a category of Disney adults, but usually they are freaks to be pointed at and laughed at. So even if this is a nighttime event, how does this not warrant another fucking bust from the FBI? Like, I'm sorry, dude. We should have seen, we've seen enough Disney staff get put away for running child trafficking and child porn rings to know better. What the fuck is going on? Because they're more clothed than the usual Pride. Okay, but here's the thing: why does an event that inherently has to do with sex being held in Disneyland? That's my core question. Like, if a straight pride parade were to exist, I also don't think that it would be appropriate to have that in Disneyland. But then again, there's only one cohort that wants to diddle kids, I guess, which kind of makes sense. Right, I'm gonna get angry as the longer I discuss this, the more I am at risk of just dropping a slur. All right, what is this?
English, do you speak it? If not, get the fuck out, get the fuck out.
You know what, valid. Listen, no American should ever suffer the indignity of having to speak Spanish.
You think that we're equal, get out of my country before we delete you. We don't want your culture, we don't want your flags here, we don't want your language polluting our street signs. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Replace a USA flag with a flag from Somalia. She said she loves her country but hates our history. I said Somalia still has slavery. Go fuck yourself, invader scum.
We should really set a precedent for stunts like that resulting in people being denaturalized. I think the DHS has already gotten gotten their stride in revoking temporary visas, like non-immigrant visas for shit like that. I think they really need to ramp that up.
Go back to wherever you came from. Sometimes when we deport illegals, they turn around and come right back in. Why don't we launch them to some other planet so they stay the fuck out of our country? Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. The usual suspects, the same damn story. Another new mugshot, this guy's got 40 dead to rights, but the poly market says 80% he walks free again. I made that up. I made that up.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not consistent with what we've been seeing recently.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my country. Invader scum. Fuck out of my country. Get the fuck out. Invader scum.
All right, catchy, pretty okay. I'm gonna drop it a like. Pretty okay. What is this?
Restaurants like these need to be protected at all. Old school Japanese restaurants like these need to be protected at all costs. They're disappearing, but for now they're important to enjoy. This is Poto, which sounds like the word that guy called me after he ran over my skateboard. But really it's an ultra tiny restaurant serving Chinese Japanese favorites in the most minimal of spaces, while providing an experience that's ultra hospitable, delicious, and extremely cheap. To say that the owners are locked in is an absolute understatement. Every seat is a front row seat to watch the master at work. Every move is intentional, yet effortless. Despite being an ultra small kitchen, they have everything they need. A wok station for stir fries, a big old pot of soup for ramen, and a place to boil the noodles. And of course a small flat top for making gyoza. It's a kitchen so cramped that the only possible remaining space is just enough for the chef to move and the nice lady to handle the rest. A living photograph from the Showa era of Japan. A time that many people consider simpler. A time well before technology infiltrated every aspect of our lives. A time where if you had the space and willpower, you didn't have to worry about it going viral on social media. You just cooked.
I mean, the real fix for bringing these things back is just revoking the visa waiver program. So just stop letting foreigners in. That's it. Just hard filter foreigners out. That's the experiment has been tried. It doesn't work. Normies don't deserve to have access to Japan.
And hopefully people would come. And this is the sustenance of that era. The ramen was surprisingly delicious. And I only say surprisingly because of the price point. For only 800 yen I got a bowl of ramen, fried rice, and
I'd say 800 yen is kind of median. Like that's what you pay for a bowl of ramen in most places.
handmade gyoza. That's $5.02 US. This subgenre of food
Oh, okay, so with the rice and the gyoza, okay.
is called machichuka, commonly translated as downtown Chinese food. And meals like this are the simplicity that I crave. Solid technique, great ingredients, and 1,000 times better than pretty much any chain. And at this point it's even cheaper. And I'm sad to say that more and more shops like these are closing down, for a variety of reasons. And it's our job to protect them. Old school Japanese restaurants like these need to be
Very nice, very uplifting. Did you know that I have that I have an e-begging slot set up because I really want to go to Japan? Where's my e-beggar link? Just a second. I'm going to pull it up. It actually reminds me. There you go. See, help me offset my crippling Japan anxiety by clicking the link and chipping into the tipping hat. All right, let's see. This was advertised as a sensible chuckle. I will be the judge of how sensible the chuckle is.
It's in that second pocket.
Is it?
Hey, listen. This is not to pressure anyone. You take care of yourself, then you throw money at the dancing monkey.
You got one in the chamber?
No. Yeah, it's in there. It's in that second pocket.
Is it? You got one in the chamber?
No.
New weapon?
So one of you makes a lot of money and the other one don't, huh?
What's that?
Because one of you's just got a real Glock and the other one's got a Palmetto Glock.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in that second pocket.
I do not understand. First of all, really? Carrying without one in the chamber? I judge at the...
Is it? You got one in the chamber?
No.
New weapon?
So one of you makes a lot of money and the other one don't, huh? What's that? Because one of you's just got a real Glock and the other one's got a Palmetto Glock.
See, I don't think that Palmetto Glocks are that much cheaper than fucking regular Glocks. They're just for people who want to feel special. Your crippling patch buying addiction already screwed your budget for the next month. What kind of patches did you get, and why didn't you show them off in the server? You're telling me about patches, but you're not showing any. Surely one of them was the Oni Dojo patch, right, Gecko? Surely you know where to find the Oni Dojo patch. Unless you already have one. Alright, speaking of people being trained and weapons being tools, massive error in FBI's active shooter reports from 2014 to 2022. Inaccuracies in civilian intervention statistics. The Crime Prevention Research Center has identified significant discrepancies in the FBI active shooter reports from 2014 to 2022, particularly regarding cases where civilians stopped attacks. While the FBI reported that armed citizens only intervened in 4.6% of active shooter incidents, the CPRC's research reveals that the current number is at least 35%. From 2022, the percentage is even higher at 41%. When excluding gun-free zones, the average is 63.5%. It's almost as if there was a coordinated op into for the purpose of discouraging people from owning firearms and being trained with them and carrying them on their person. It was almost as if this was an effort to shift the Overton window to only the government needs guns. On July 17, 2022, a shooting in Greenwood, Indiana mall gathered national attention when a 22-year-old Elijah Dickens, hell yeah, say his name, the GOAT, armed with a licensed handgun, stopped the attacker despite media narratives claiming such interventions are rare. CPRC data showed a higher frequency of civilian interventions, and he did so, by the way, in a gun-free zone. He did have a license to carry. He ignored the no-gun sign, and he stopped some glowy shooter twink from, escalating it into a mass casualty event, thus spawning the so-called Dickens drill. FBI data, 14 out of 300 active shooter incidents. CPRC data, 157 out of 440 active shooter incidents. Misclassified shootings. The FBI misclassified several incidents where civilians stopped shooters, either by labeling armed civilians as security personnel or by not recognizing civilian interventions. That does seem like a very deliberate step to muddy the water. Overlooked incidents. The FBI missed 35 incidents where civilians thwarted potential mass shootings. Gun-free zones. The impact of gun-free zones is also significant. About half of active shooting incidents occur in these zones. It's almost as if they create a target-rich environment where law-abiding citizens are unable to carry firearms, thus reducing the chances of civilian intervention, which is why you should still carry a gun on you, a gun that they can't see. Like, here's the thing. No one can actually enforce a gun-free zone. I am also not your lawyer, and this is not legal advice, but fuck it, I'm going to say it. I go into 30-06, 30-07 places with a gun on me, because fuck you, that's why. You're not driving me home. You're not making sure that I get to and from safely. So, fuck you. Do you know that I have a gun? No, you don't. Can you search me? Are you a fucking cop? Even if you were a cop, you also can't do that, so fuck right off. The FBI's report significantly underrepresented the role public perception. Survey indicates strong public support for police allowing concealed carry by civilians. Between 2014 and 2022, civilians stopped 51% of potential or actual mass shootings in areas where guns were allowed. In 2022, this figure was 63.5%. Carry a gun, train with it. Carry a gun on your person every day. Whenever you go outside, you need to be armed. I do not care if you live in a commie shithole. I do not care that you function in non-permissive environments. Find a way. A coffin is also a non-permissive environment. Find a way to have a gun on your person. There's only one mall in your area that you can go to because they have sniffer dogs. The mall still has regular gang shootout. See, I feel like I wouldn't go to that mall because of the gang shootouts. Because the sniffer dog, check your local listings, but I'm pretty sure the sniffer dog actually doesn't have any authority over you. Like, oh, the dog sniffed something. Okay, and are you a cop? No, you're mall security? Well, then enjoy a nice big cup of shut the fuck up and have a nice day. Why would there be sniffer dogs at the mall? That is ridiculous. Most social sciences, fraudulent garbage. Damn, I really want to look at this, but I also, like, the reason I don't react to Mentis Wave videos is because the whole video is just going to be me saying, damn, true, king. The FDA did this. What did the FDA do?
All right, watch this. Hear that? That's my wallet. So this is what most wallets still look like. Thick, overstuffed, bulky. This holds up to 12 cards.
So hold the fuck up. What are you overstuffing your wallet with? Like, I still have a conventional wallet. I bought my wallet in Japan something like 15 years ago, and it's still good. It's a very nice sort of lived-in wallet. And like, I have 3 bank cards, my discount coupon to the place I shop for groceries at, and not discount coupon, the fucking membership card, and like my IDs and my carry license, and a good luck charm from fucking Tenryuji. It's like, what are you? I for some reason have Croatian kunas in this wallet as well, but that's besides the point. Like, what are you overstuffing your wallet with? Are you a fucking card hoarder? Do you have a problem? Do we need to have an intervention? What is this? What is this shit with these fucking minimalist wallets? They don't really, like, why?
Very soon, when you visit the grocery store, you may see this label on your butter, milk, and cheese. But under the same labeling system proposed by the FDA, a Diet Coke would not require this label. Bill Gates' new artificial butter would also not require this label. It's made in a factory using chemistry originally developed for the fuel industry. As ridiculous as this may seem, very soon...
I hate that. God, I hate the fucking logic of, see, like, I want to be like pro Whole Foods. I want to be pro naturalistic eating. But when people use these fucking... See, this is an actual thought terminating cliche. Not the way fucking Tucker and Charlie Kirk used that, but that's besides the point.
It may be reality. The FDA has publicly stated that this label is their official 2026 priority. And as we speak, they are pulling out every tactic possible to ensure this does happen. Right now, behind the scenes, this is turning into one of the most heated and consequential battles over public health that has ever been fought.
You sound Australian. Why the fuck is an Australian commenting on the FDA?
95% of people on the
Cucker Tartleson show, of course.
USDA Nutrition Guidelines for America 2020-2025 had a conflict of interest with food companies.
Mind-blowing after the slander we got for the hypocrisy to be that apparent.
And this label is going to be decided on very soon. Here's what RFK Jr. said on the Joe Rogan Experience just a month ago.
We're going to do front of package food labeling. So every food in your grocery store will have a label on it. It'll have maybe a green light, a red light, or a yellow light.
The only question that now remains is what the criteria will be that is used to determine which...
Yeah, like a traffic light system seems overly simplistic. Just read the fucking label. just read the FDA label with the ingredient list.
Foods get what label. RFK Jr. and the Make America Healthy Again movement are doing everything they can to rewrite the criteria and use a very different labeling system.
I mean, for one, they've already updated the nutritional pyramid to the way it's supposed to be. They've enabled using HSA funds for fitness wearables. They've kickstarted peptide research that was dearly needed, like, for the last 15 years.
Now, the implications of this bill cannot be understated. Unlike many bills, this isn't just going to be rolled out to 1 or 2 states for a trial. Instead, from day one, it will be implemented nationwide. It may even affect the entire world. The US mandated nutrition fact panels in 1990. Since then, over 90 countries have adopted nearly identical labels. When the US banned trans fats in 2015, within just a few years, over 50 countries followed with their own bans. So depending on whether this bill passes or if RFK Jr. wins this fight, the precedent may be set for billions of people. Before we break down the exact proposal for each side's labeling, let's first have a look at how things are playing out behind the scenes, because the FDA, who worked under the old Biden administration, are, at least in my opinion, playing rather dirty. They published their proposed bill on January 16th, 2025. Now, this date may seem insignificant, but it was actually just 4 days before the Biden administration left office, and the Trump administration and RFK Jr. walked in. The timing of this was not coincidental. The officials who wrote it knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that under the new administration, where the food guidelines were under RFK's control, this bill with their current criteria, it would not be allowed to be published. So they published it just before he came into power. And here's the thing, once a bill has been published, it's extremely difficult to undo. Since then,
I mean, we are in the administration of just doing shit, so I'm not sure it's that difficult.
They have gone to extreme measures. A coalition of 28 different health organizations have all teamed up and formally urged the FDA to not just keep the rule, but to make it even stronger. 210 scientists and doctors, led by researchers at Harvard, signed a letter directly challenging RFK's entire approach to nutrition. They even took it to Congress, backing the Truth in Labeling Act, designed to force the FDA to finalize the original rule, bypassing RFK entirely. On top of this, they submitted over 34,000 public comments. Every single one of these comments must be reviewed and responded to.
Are they the same people who insist that Coke should be on Snap?
Before the rule can be changed. This creates a massive burden for the MAHA movement to rewrite the original proposal. The exact original proposal is as follows. It would be a black and white box on the front of your food that rates 3 things. Added sugars, saturated fat, which is the primary fat found in animal foods, and sodium, based on percent daily values. Each food gets its own rating. Now, daily value just means the amount of something the government recommends you eat in one day. If a single serving contains 5% or less of that recommended amount, it would be considered a low warning food. Between 6 and 19,
I would add a caloric and a calorie count as well, but okay.
% would be medium. And if one serving hits 20,
if anything, it's kind of uninformative. It glosses over the real sort of hurdles of modern nutrition, but okay.
20% or above, it gets stamped as a high warning food. Over 300,000 products would need to carry this label. So, let's walk through what the system would do to the food sitting in your kitchen right now.
Okay. Do you hold yourself back when you meet people? Become this inexpressive, quiet, boring person that you...
Your butter, cheddar cheese, whole milk, cream cheese, and even salt would all get high, stamped on the front of the package. Under the FDA's guidelines...
Well, yeah, because fats and butter, fats and cheese, it's okay, to be expected.
Every single one of these single ingredient whole foods would require a high...
Cream cheese technically a single ingredient food, though?
...high warning label to be sold. But what about these foods here? This bag of potato chips is made from potatoes, vegetable oil, and salt. You would think that something this highly processed would need a warning label.
Well, for one, the salt content alone.
Well, no. Because it's low in sugar and saturated fat, and only contains a moderate amount of salt, it gets placed in the tier below. This is considered a medium risk food. These crackers made from 15 different ingredients.
Okay, then the label needs to be broken up by serving, not per the package size, because... You know, your serving size for a pack of chips is usually the fucking pack of chips, because no one leaves a pack of chips half-eaten, unless it's one of those larger Costco ones. It just sounds like an expense increase. Realistically, it does, and it doesn't really do anything. But also, like, no one is eating a whole, like, 4-pack of butter. Well, I mean, some people are, but they have a life expectancy of about 34.
ingredients would also be placed in the same category. But this loaf of bread and this can of Diet Coke, they wouldn't be placed in either of these categories, despite the fact that both of them are highly processed foods with a long list of artificial ingredients. Because they are low in saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars,
You do leave your bag of chips half eaten? How big is the bag?
they would all be in the low danger category.
Well, see, that's the problem here, because first of all, the label doesn't measure sugar at all. Like, it just doesn't deal with that. Second of all, I think non-nutritive sweeteners are fucking poison, which is something that probably should be addressed. Normal size? Just like a regular bag of chips? Okay.
Category. This also creates the potential for companies to create legal loopholes. Let's take Savor Butter for example. This is a new startup funded by Bill Gates. This butter is not real butter. To make this product in simple terms, they take carbon dioxide and hydrogen gas, heat them under pressure, and use a chemical reaction to build fat molecules from the ground up. Because they're building these molecules from scratch, they get to choose exactly what type of fat they want it to be. Right now, the type of fat they've chosen to build is saturated fat. So technically speaking, it's chemically the same as the saturated fat in real butter, which means as it stands today, it would get the same high warning label. But all they would need to do is make one simple change to the molecular structure. For example, add a couple of bonds and it becomes polyunsaturated fat, which by the way is the same type of fat primarily found in seed oils. But because this label only looks at the sugar, salt and saturated fat content, it means this artificial butter would no longer require this high warning and would be placed in the low category. Other food
Okay, but now we're playing with hypotheticals here.
Companies would
like, is artificial Goislop butter good? Probably not. You should just not be eating it. But again, this comes down to you as the consumer making good consumption choices.
Likely do the same. Before long, because this system ignores chemical additives entirely, most processed foods would pass as safe. But real butter, that can't be redesigned. So it would get stuck wearing the high warning label, whilst the lab-made synthetic version sits right beside it on the shelf with its label saying it's perfectly safe to eat. Now this is very different to what RFK Jr. and the Maha movement proposes. They believe that the warning label should be very different. RFK wants a red light, yellow light, green light system. And instead of it only looking at saturated fat, sodium and added sugar, his version would look at all of the ingredients. So quantities of artificial dyes, seed oils, preservatives, and all chemical additives would be factored in.
Nice. Fuck. Okay, I hate this. I hate this because the moment I want to agree with the guy, he then goes and spews cock shit. Chemical additives. Technically, all things that participate in the chemical process are chemicals because chemistry is a building block of biology. What you're saying is that you're specifically concerned about synthetic additives.
If a product is made from whole single ingredient foods with nothing artificial added, it would automatically get a green light.
Okay.
If it contains some processed ingredients but nothing too harmful, it would get a yellow light. But if a product is loaded with artificial additives, seed oils, synthetic dyes, or ultra-processed ingredients,
Sweetener, non-nutritive sweetener should get the red light every time.
It would get a red light. Under their criteria, all of these foods we have just discussed would be labelled very differently. Under RFK's system, your butter, cheese, whole milk, and salt would all get a green light. The potato chips, crackers, bread, and Diet Coke would all get a red light.
That sounds like a good thing.
Now, I do need to be clear. This system that I just described as to what RFK's labeling system...
Technically, regular Coke would get a yellow rating under that because it's what? It's just, water, citric acid, cane sugar, and caramel?
System would look like. It hasn't yet been formally finalized and published, so it may look slightly different to this. But based on everything he and his Maha team have stated publicly, it's highly likely that this will be the system they try to implement, or at the very least, very close to this. Now, this RFK/Maha system is obviously a much better system for you and I. This system would actually benefit people, but this system isn't great for everyone. For one particular group, if RFK's proposal did actually go through, it would cause them massive problems. That group is the big food companies, whose primary objective is to make money selling highly
Didn't Nestle have water brands that flagged positive for E. coli.
Processed foods. And Big Pharma who profits when people get sick from eating them. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, they aren't going to sit on the sidelines and let this happen. They know it could seriously ruin all of their profits. It already has done in many other countries. In 2016, Chile put mandatory warning labels on food, and households ended up buying 37% less sugar from these products that had the label. Mexico did something similar in 2019, and saw a drop in sales of at least 25% also. The food and pharma companies, they know what's at stake. Imagine if all of their moneymakers had a large red warning light on the front of the package.
Back in 2023, I think that was multiple times that happened.
And as a result, their sales tanked like they did in Chile and Mexico. And these companies, they have a track record. In the 1960s, when they started getting blamed for the rise in disease, they paid a Harvard scientist to leave out data and fabricate results blaming saturated fat instead of themselves. Coca-Cola has funneled millions to researchers to claim that sugary drinks don't cause obesity. The New York Times exposed this whole thing in 2015. So, what have these companies done about this? They've set up something called the Americans for Ingredient Transparency. Now this sounds like they're fighting for your right to know what's in your food. Not even close.
That sounds like something what Democrats would fund. Also, hey, they're sort of redeeming.
Their actual goal is to create a single federal standard that would override all other food safety laws. This is backed by Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Kraft Heinz, Nestle, General Mills, Tyson Foods, and Conagra. Despite being enemies, they've all teamed.
Well, I think this is a separate issue. I think this is large players in the market lobbying for more regulations to be placed in order for them to choke out any local competition because they have the cash in hand to comply with these things, possibly because they're also the ones designing the requirements, while smaller companies are just going to have to go out of business, or they're just generally going to struggle with keeping up, and therefore they're going to either shutter entirely or be vulnerable to hostile takeovers.
Their spokesperson has previously defended vaping, saying that it's beneficial, and partnered with Monsanto, the company behind the controversial pesticide Roundup, made with glyphosate. So far, they've launched a 6-figure advertising campaign in Washington. And in 2025 alone, the food industry spent $13 million lobbying the White House, Congress, and the FDA. $2 million of that went directly to lobbying on food labeling requirements. Now you might be sat there and thinking to yourself, how on earth is any of this legal? Well, the Constitution, it explicitly states that you cannot bribe a public official. But apparently, corporate donations to support the politician who just happens to do what you would like him to do, well, that is not considered a bribe. Now, what RFK actually did is he threw out the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee that wrote the 2025 scientific report underpinning federal nutrition policy.
Fantastic.
And installed his own replacement panel. He actually stated that the old FDA committee's 2025 report as to what the criteria of these labels should be looks like it was written by the food processing industry. And this has led to a rather crazy response. Earlier in the video, I mentioned that a coalition of 28 health organizations formally urged the FDA to not just keep the rule, but to make it even stronger. That 210 scientists and doctors, led by researchers at Harvard, signed a letter directly challenging RFK's entire approach to nutrition, and that they've even tried to go over RFK's head and get Congress to force the original version to be passed. Well, these are only the formal responses. One of these thrown out members, Christopher Gardner, has stated that RFK's proposal is not only harmful to the scientific integrity of the DGA, which is the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, but also to public health. He actually accused RFK of ignoring evidence, stating that his new food pyramid goes against decades and decades of evidence and research. Gardner admitted that anybody who has the stature and background to be on this committee at some point in their life took money from someone that you could attack. Now, Christopher himself, he was on that committee. So if, quote, anybody who has the stature and background to be on this committee at some point in their life has taken money from someone that you could attack, would that not be a self-admission? So I did a little digging. And sure enough, Christopher Gardner has had his research funded by Beyond Meat, the plant-based meat substitute company that sells a, quote, healthy alternative to meat with only 26 ingredients. This isn't new. A 2000...
Hey there, Hellion. We're looking at RFK fighting against the Goislop merchants. God, Definitely the most sentence of all time.
2022 Cambridge study
How are you doing
looked at
today?
the previous committee, the 2020 DGAC, and found 19 of 20 members had ties to food or pharma companies. Now, I do have to be fair and objective. On RFK's Scientific Foundation panel,
Listen, I think doing laundry, good for you. As a woman should. But yeah, as I was saying, I think there was a discussion in T-Man server about the word goislop, and I just find that to be such a good term, because it is actually a very powerful bludgeon against certain behaviors. Because you'll catch the sort of the median person, eating something that's not healthy for you, or engaging in a obviously harmful vice, and you just call that goislop, and that's it, and they no longer want it. Your husband's underwear are all roughed up. He needs new undies. It do be like that. I'm also very bad about rotating new underwear in, and socks. I was finally forced to buy new socks because the attrition rate of my socks that I use to go to the gym has been unsustainable. So I had to finally give way and order some new ones. Given that like 90% of the time, if I'm not going to the gym, I will be wearing flip-flops. Well, yeah, see, my socks are just, they also get thrown out when they have holes in them, so they just get worn down because I use them for, like, running and lifting, so they experience a lot of wear. Although, to be fair, you know what? Speaking of things that get worn down, you guys buy socks? Well, yes, I buy socks because otherwise I will, first of all, I will wear through my shoes even faster. Second of all, I do need that extra layer of compression whenever I'm lifting or running, sort of to maintain correct foot pressures. But when was the last time I bought socks? I'm trying to think. It was probably a couple of years ago. I use ankle socks are the ankle socks the long ones or the short ones? I think I use the short ones. I did increasingly wear socks as of New Year's because I wear ankle weights, and I would prefer to not have the ankle weight just rub my skin raw. So I guess I've increased the surface area of wearing socks by those means. And I was also finally forced to throw away the pair of running shoes I had, which were very nice running shoes. It's the same brand I keep shilling despite not even having any kind of relationship with them. But the zero drop shoes that I recommend everyone gets for running, I got mine in like early 2022, and they just died on me, despite the fact that I beat the shit out of them. Like, I run on gravel, I do most of my kata work on either gravel or on like hard grass, grassy surfaces. Basically, I don't really wear shoes indoors for the intensive stuff. Socks are good for your feet. People who don't buy socks are the kind of motherfuckers who think they don't need iPro because it's not manly. Your flat foot, Hellion, we've discussed your flat foot. Your flat foot is a product of wearing shoes that are supposed to accommodate your flat foot, but is actually making it worse. All right, since we're on the subject, I mean, we're technically staying on topic. I'm just introducing. We're just pivoting off into something slightly different. You've done feet extensions? What do you mean? What's a foot extension? How does that work? You extended your feet? You just get extra foot? Like arching? I don't know what that is. So you're doing things to build the arch. Is that am I hearing that correctly? Whoa. Okay, then that's also good. However, let me I have a bridge to sell you. So this is the shoe that I have been using for running, as I've said, since 2022. Not this exact one. This is a prettier one. They get worn out, but the basic. This is the brand, and I understand men's shoes, not the. I'm sure they have women's running shoes, but the point is wide toe box, 0 drop, so there's no cushioning. You are forced to work the inner musculature of your foot as you engage with uneven terrain, like gravel, like grass. So, like, the only thing that these shoes are just unsuitable for is walking on concrete. You will actually wreck your feet. Ask me how I know. And how I know is I wore this exact pair of 0 drop shoes when I was at Tokyo Game Show, running around like a chicken with my head cut off for like 5 hours straight. And I gave myself tendinitis and my fucking legs hurt all the way throughout the rest of my Japan trip. So don't do that. If you need to walk on like hard surfaces, that's what arch support is good for. If you want to build your foot, if you want to put your foot through its paces and correct flat foot, 0 drop shoes, big toe box, run on gravel, run on uneven surfaces. You'll try that brand because husband wants to fish with his vet bros soon. There you go. See, like fishing. So for going outdoors, like there's sort of protection of the foot becomes a higher priority. I probably would go with some nice Timbs for that. But for like I use these for running primarily. These are my running shoes. And I try to run on uneven, unkept terrain because I have a little running trail near me. And again, the shoes have held up just fine. The sole just started peeling after 4 years of what I would realistically just call abuse. And I got new ones yesterday. They came in, threw out the old ones, and I will continue abusing them. The abuse will continue until my fitness improves.
According to NBC, 4 of 9 members have been funded at some point by the livestock and dairy industries. Like Chris said, most researchers in nutrition do take money from somewhere. Unfortunately, science does require funding, but 4 out of 9 is still a lot better than 19 out of 20. And at least to me, there's a meaningful difference between taking money from a company that sells beef, a single ingredient food that humans have eaten for a very long time.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and get some skirt steaks today. That's what I'm going to do.
This doesn't quite feel the same as taking money from companies that engineer foods with dozens of lab-made chemicals specifically designed to make you eat more of them. At the end of the day, there's only one thing that truly matters: who's right? And to determine that, we need to look at what the evidence really says, instead of looking at who's funded by who.
I would like to remind everyone that ever since Patriots were back in control, American Coca-Cola is once again made with cane sugar.
It is important to look at all evidence, and then based on all of the evidence available, evaluate who is actually correct. The evidence that concerns us for this debate is mainly whether or not saturated fat is good or bad for humans. This is the most contested aspect of this new labeling system. Experts on both sides completely disagree. RFK believes that saturated fat is great for humans. He says it's part of a...
See, research is great. I eat red meat and I am stronger than the fucking seed oil advocates. Therefore, I am correct. Beef fat is delicious. Yes. Beef tallow is great. Beef fat is great. I love me some fatty cuts of meat. If I can't get a ribeye, I will go for a skirt steak just for the texture and the marbling.
Whole food that humans have always eaten. His FDA commissioner, Marty Makary, has stated that they're, quote, ending the 50-year war on natural saturated fat, waged by medical dogma. But the
total corn syrup death, exactly.
FDA and the old committee say that it was proven a long time ago that saturated...
Thousands of years of eating fatty meat, and we've only really had an obesity problem in the last 70-ish years. Yeah, exactly. Listen, every health debate can be settled very easily. I, a based meat eater, can beat you, an irksome bug-eating subhuman, to death with my bare hands. Therefore, I am correct, and meat is good for you.
Saturated fat is the main driver of heart disease, and that we all need to limit it. So, who's really right? Well, in nutrition science, there are two types of studies that are done to investigate whether saturated fat causes heart disease. The first are association studies. How these work is they take lots of people, ask them what they eat, and see whether there is an association between the amount of saturated fat people eat and the rates of heart disease. In recent times, there have been 5 meta-analyses on this very topic. A meta-analysis is essentially a study on studies. It combines all studies on a given topic and summarizes all the results. And all 5 of these studies are looking at a link between high saturated fat intake and heart disease. Every single one shows that there is not even a link, that there is no significant correlation. Now, just because two things appear together, it certainly does not mean that one causes the other. As the famous saying goes, correlation does not equal causation.
It's not a saying, it's a data analysis guideline.
Otherwise, poor old ice creams, they would be in a lot of trouble. Ice cream sales and shark attacks, they are very highly correlated.
Shark attacks, you say? I hate sharks. Sharks could be here.
However, I think it's fairly obvious that there is another variable that is causing both of these things to rise at the same time. But when there's not even a correlation between the intake of something and an outcome, it really doesn't leave you with much to stand on. The other type of study is called randomized controlled trials. In these, instead of just asking people about what they eat, researchers take groups of people and actually make changes to one specific variable between the groups. For example, they will get one group to eat 10 grams
well, to be fair, that's difficult to do in longevity studies.
Of saturated fat per day, and the other to eat 50 grams of saturated fat per day. Then they record their findings. A 2025 meta-analysis that combined all of the data from these trials on saturated fat and heart disease also found no significant difference in heart attacks, cardiovascular deaths, or deaths from any cause. All of these big food defenders time and time again tell us to trust the science and loudly show us these cherry-picked studies. But in reality, when the totality of all the data is seen, there is no evidence for what they claim. Me personally, I find it very hard to take these people seriously. But when they keep telling me to trust the science, well, on the topic of saturated fat, the science says I should be eating more of it. So I guess tonight I'm going to be cooking 2 steaks. And just to be very clear,
brother.
I'm not saying every single one of these doctors and scientists are corrupt. Many of them do actually
I don't care. To the fucking gallows with all of them.
Genuinely believe that saturated fat is dangerous. This is what they've been taught their entire lives. They've seen individual studies that seem to support this claim. And most notably, they have all
Listen, I do not care for the opinion of any doctor who can't bench press more than me.
Told thousands of patients that they need to avoid saturated fat. And once you've done that, you'll do almost anything to convince yourself you are right. Because the alternative, well, what does that mean? It means you have to admit you've been giving wrong and potentially dangerous advice.
Alright, I think we've gotten the point of it. I look forward to this being deployed. But speaking of bad decisions leading to some spicy outcomes, which one do we want to see? Let's go for the press conference first, because that's technically like the official announcement of it. But for the black pillars who were saying that nothing ever happens, that Antifa still does whatever the fuck they want, well, how does it feel to eat all of that fucking crow, bitch?
They f***ed up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fucking fight. Boots on the ground. I am talking specifically to my followers. This is everything I have talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen.
Nice fucking Temu plate carrier, bitch. What's going on? Antifa are starting to catch federal big boy charges, ranging between 50 and 100 years in federal prison. Hey there, Digby. We were also looking at RFK wanting to implement a new labeling system. The CIA stopped protecting them. Apparently, yeah, they ran out of... The parts of the CIA who were protecting them have been fired, and they're also not getting any Soros, or I forget the other guy's name, any of his money.
Get your guns and stop these people.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota announced that 15 Antifa members have been indicted for their alleged roles in conspiring to hinder federal immigration enforcement operations.
Probably ran out of heroin money since lots of their suppliers in Afghanistan. USA funding dried up. I mean, it's USAID funding. I forget that fucking the Chinese MiG-15. Goddamn him! I forget the name of him. The one who's been funding Hassan, and then Hassan just sold out the entire fucking scheme. just daubed in the entire network. But basically, the Democrat Party has run out of money because, well, they don't have any back funding sources to launder money back into them because, you know, the T-Money has been clamping down on that, and they sort of see the ring of FBI scrutiny slowly wind down and zero in on them. So, yeah. A lot of the useful idiots on the ground are now being discarded because there's no longer a legal fund to defend them. Everyone is pulling out. Everyone is cutting ties just to make sure that the FBI can't use them in order to produce RICO charges. Question is, what will actually come of it, since the FBI is definitely on their side? I wouldn't say that the FBI is on their side, Digby. Again, people have caught 100-year sentences. Do you hear that? It's not up in the air. It's not like a charge that's been proposed. No. There are people who are now going away on multiple decade-long sentences for Antifa activity. FBI is an institution that will always support expansion of the state, sure. But as of right now, Antifa is not conducive to the expansion of the state. Any government body is always going to be on the side of expanding its own authority. That's an understood axiom of bureaucratic bodies. We're currently talking about them actually doing their fucking job for once. That's why they're terrified of Nick Shirley. That's their last method of funding outside of union laundering. Yeah, pretty much.
Operations in Minneapolis earlier this year. The suspects, 12 of whom are in custody, are all charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, and some are charged with further crimes. Federal prosecutors allege that each suspect took part in a conspiracy to obstruct federal immigration enforcement officers, including ICE personnel, through force, intimidation, and threats. The suspects are alleged members of the Antifa Cell Direct Action Minnesota Network, a radical far-left group accused of coordinating operations against federal immigration officers. Federal prosecutors maintain that the group used signal chats to organize and carry out rapid response operations, including coordinating street blockades, tracking federal vehicles, surveilling the ice field office at the federal Whipple building, and other activities meant to stop immigration officials from conducting their business. The government says that DAM served as the hub for participants to share intelligence, plan actions, recruit volunteers, and assign roles. One of the accused is Kyle Wagner. Kyle Wagner has been in custody since February, after encouraging followers to take up arms against federal agents. More charges were announced against him during Tuesday's press conference.
I'd love to see if they've bothered to look into who was organizing and financing this. Why do you think Hassan has received a summons? I forget what exactly was the structure of how he was invited to questioning. But basically, the moment he received a notice from the FBI to appear primarily regarding his Cuba trip, but realistically, he just sold out the entire funding network. And during the LA riots, a lot of those funding sources were also lit up. Because with those tattoos, he's probably not earned the money off of for the Timo plate carrier legitimately. It's a known structure. The funding structure has now been found out. It's NGOs. Usually, it's some second or third degree of separation from the Open Society Foundation that funds so-called organizers. Organizers are given a budget, they are given a stable salary, and they are given instructions on how to coordinate these quote-unquote grassroots movements. And when needed, the organizers are going to be deployed into a targeted area where they will provide material support and organizational know-how as to how to create these, rent-a-mobs effectively. I keep forgetting the name of the dude who moved to China and is now funding like far left activists. Hassan named him my name because he's fucking retarded. Used to know a guy who did this for a living, good money in it if you're lacking in morality. I mean, yeah, such is work for the Open Society.
Conference. On January 8th, 2026, Wagner posted a video warning agents, "We're fucking coming for you."
1, 2,
Google Fiber is now officially G Fiber.
Prosecutors allege he urged followers to get your guns and suggested identifying agents even if it had to be done at the barrel of a gun.
Today I can disclose to you further actions by federal law enforcement in combating that violence. Last year, President Trump issued National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, which directed the Department of Justice to prioritize politically motivated violence.
Gee, fiber is like fiber, but worse. Yeah, pretty much.
To accomplish that mission, the Deputy Attorney General stood up Joint Task Force Vanguard to enforce a national security strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt those who engage in political violence and intimidation. Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges. 2 defendants remain fugitives at large. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting. Be assured, the Department of Justice and my U.S. Attorney's Office has and will distinguish between lawful protest and criminal conduct. These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all joined an agreement, a conspiracy, to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States.
So the thing that a lot of people have missed, especially during the Minnesota riots, is that, like, oh, Drumpf is so weak, he's not doing anything. No, you need to understand that the MO of this administration in its enforcement action has been very structured and very consistent. It's give the leftards as much rope as possible and then hang them with it, meaning that you need to let them flail in order to produce enough subject matter to actually build an ironclad, airtight case. Might not have the immediate satisfying payoff of them just being fucking domed like the pretty goods of the world. However, in the end, you still have actual prosecutorial action that is not vulnerable to any kind of appeals or any other interference. You need to isolate these people from lawfare. Or rather, you need to make sure that they cannot wield lawfare against you. And you do that by making their cases so fucking indefensible that their handlers just see it as a not being a worthwhile expense to pay for lawyers for them. They have that, they're low IQ enough to give enough to make a case. I mean, yeah, like the signal chats have been well documented and cataloged, and they're all now part of the evidentiary basis of this exact case. Like, yeah, it's been out in public. It means that the FBI needs to collect their information from sources. They need to build a case. They need to correctly describe these networks and these coordination efforts and actually, document things that people have done that are illegal. whenever you bring any kind of prosecutorial action and you're not doing that as part of, just punitive abuse of power by the state, as the Biden admin did, you actually need to build the case in order for, a contesting, a competing interest not being able to dismantle this action of yours.
Direct Action Minnesota emphasizes their violent, militant approach to politics and are highly critical of nonviolent, peaceful protests. You see here a Facebook post from one of the defendants, Cameron Kennedy, writing, quote, "We need to become ungovernable."
Well, I guess they can do that in prison now.
Direct Action Minnesota is an organization dedicated to direct action against federal law and immigration enforcement. This action is not peaceful, it's obstructive, disruptive, and unlawful. The organization trains its members in the aggressive use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, operational planning, and rapid mobilization against law enforcement actions. Though investigations are ongoing, what we know now is that Direct Action Minnesota is comprised of members of subgroups. For example, the Black Hat Workers Collective. The Black Hat Workers Collective is a Minneapolis-based Antifa affinity group which advocates, promotes, and utilizes militant tactics and violence. Here you can see that their Facebook cover page shows as a banner the burning down of the Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd Precinct. One of the leaders of Direct Action Minnesota, Defendant Kyle Wagner, identifies himself as Antifa, and he doesn't shy away from it.
Oh, but what was the point of labeling Antifa as a domestic terror organization? This was the fucking point, so that you can tie these people through public posts they make, which is, mind you, by the way, take note of the absolute lack of OPSEC of these people. They were so devoid of any kind of consequence for the shit they did. They were just glow posting on Maine with absolutely no concern for any kind of consequences. I have to be an Onii VTuber in order to proclaim just normie American middle of the road politics. These people are actual fucking revolutionary pinkos with their public fucking Facebook profiles. Deliberate sabotage and obstruction of government agency? I wonder if that's terrorism.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They f***ed up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fuck.
Antifa never had to hide in Europe. They're basically the unofficial criminal arm of the state of tyranny. Yeah.
Fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and f***ing 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet. Show up, ready to go. Okay? Not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my followers. This is everything I have talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to come when we didn't go. And
see, I'm almost upset that they pussied out and never actually did it, because that would warrant the National Guard fucking ventilating them.
March on Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you protected from literal Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your guns and stop these.
I can't wait for ICE to slime another retard.
I've noticed profound differences from taking things that increase nitric oxide, but I've
people.
We're not talking about peaceful protests. His words, not mine. During Operation Metro Surge, Direct Action Minnesota infiltrated and exploited lawful protests to more efficiently carry out its unlawful direct actions, targeting operations involving ICE as well as other federal law enforcement, and as well as other state law enforcement. In order to achieve the ends of the conspiracy, Direct Action Minnesota was highly organized, holding meetings on a regular basis, and engaged in what they called operational security, or OPSEC. The indictment unsealed today includes a focus on 2 days in which Direct Action Minnesota organized and participated in actions against
investigate all protesters because you guarantee they're told not to interfere with aggressive actors? Yes. Well, that's why it's important that they have access to the actual coordination chats, because then you can still get the people in those chats on collusion, because you see them taking instruction and it's still considered aiding and abetting. Like, they're trying to differentiate between useful idiots who were just there protesting on behalf of the fucking 70 IQ Somalis with the people who were there in an organized fashion in order to give cover to people potentially fomenting violence.
Federal and local law enforcement on January 23, 2026, and on March 1st, 2026. On those days, Direct Action Minnesota members deployed what they called hard and soft blockades against federal law enforcement, as well as against Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies. Direct Action Minnesota shut down operations at the Federal Whipple Building, a government building just north of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport and the main hub for several federal agencies. Members of their hard blockade team used vehicles, RV trailers that they would overturn, check hedgehogs, and ice blocks that they would throw at law enforcement to obstruct roads used by law enforcement near the Whipple Building in order to impede the movement of law enforcement. Members of their soft blockade team used homemade shields constructed from plastic, wood, and metal to physically resist the efforts of law enforcement and to aggressively break through teams of officers on foot.
What I'm hearing is more of them should have been shot.
Direct Action Minnesota members also engaged in what they called commuting tactics, which included identifying, following, surveilling, harassing, and confronting law enforcement officers. Conspiracy members even followed law enforcement officers.
Did they ever bother to do any of this shit? You mean the blockading tactics? Oh, they did that all over the place. Like, Minnesota was covered in those. That's sort of, that was a big source of frustration for people, is that the leftist tactics were known and documented, and people were chimping because there wasn't any immediate prosecution, and they failed to understand that it's important to let people actually commit crimes if you want to prosecute them for that.
Officers from locations like the building, the Whipple Building, to the officers' homes. For example,
I mean, there are multiple videos of these dipshits following ICE agents around, like interfering with raids, interfering with arrests.
Example is alleged in the indictment on May 4th.
For example, they would be told on multiple occasions that, hey, we're here to serve a fucking detainer on a child rapist. Can you please get the fuck out of the way? And they're like, oh, I don't care. I don't care. No one's illegal on stolen land.
2026, defendant Isaac Sant followed federal officers from the Whipple Building all the way to Hudson, Wisconsin, where St. Croix County deputies stopped him. Such stalking and other direct actions against law enforcement are criminal, they're un-American, and they'll be met with swift justice. That's why we're here today. To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable.
All right, let's. I don't want to stick to that for too long. Let's watch this because I want to really quickly click through this to see what this is, because this looks like an interesting game. It was in my recommended feed, so.
Oh, I did that with my brain. I'm coming out of my tube.
What's the game called? Psycho Dead?
Ooh,
Flop.
I know you're probably confused, but I don't have time to explain.
Too much talking, don't care.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Steamy up there. Open the map.
Looks like every other Unreal game, but I guess that's par for the course.
Okie dokie. Oh, advertised to be better than a flashlight. It can be used to illuminate an area near the bracelet. Interesting outfit choice.
Oh, this is just dead-ass elfin lead, okay.
He's got the GL. Oh, never mind. He's having a conniption.
You know what? I'm just going to find this on Steam.
Oh no, he is his balls.
Unfortunate. Can you shut the fuck up, please?
Oh shit.
Psycho
Watch
Dead.
out, you're gonna get.
Oh, there's a free demo.
Ooh.
Add to wish list, add demo to library. We're gonna, if it's, depending on how poorly it's optimized, we're probably gonna play the demo on stream.
Turn this off and this background music off in the video. I don't know if Ave Maria is copyright free or if that recording
You know what you're doing today?
I'll have to do it myself.
Is there actual gameplay here, though? Oh, there's a bit of gameplay.
Gun back up? Okay.
Oh, that's... Okay, that's horrible. Okay, we're not gonna spoil ourselves. You know what? We're gonna shift over and we're going to play some Taimanin. And if we get bored with Taimanin, then we can just have some background sloppa. How does that sound? I think that's a fair trade. I think that's a good trade deal. It's the best trade deal ever made. It's because I made it. Taimanin Squad. We boot it up. Because I've not done my dailies and they've released Arena Tower, which I'm actually very excited for. Let me see if my login is good. I'm not sure I like that it's instantly capturing. Let me hide the game for a moment. Just to make sure that I don't, There we go. Pretty sure I'm not supposed to advertise my account code. Should I make myself a little smaller, or should I think I should be fine. Maybe a smidge smaller. Myself over here. What did we get? We get another piece of Eleanor? Oh, we got the 4-star pass. Okay, good. Okay, see, the one thing I hate about resetting and linking accounts every time is that it fucking loses my settings. That I detest. Let's see. We do have this as a large scale placement. I guess it makes sense for a desktop. We probably don't need you for this. Alright, go take a seat. Who do we want to place here, though? Inagea. Be mass Taimanin. The waifu is gone. Listen, we're gonna have. There's gonna be a plethora of waifus. Don't you worry. I forgot who I had on my friend screen there, though. See, you're gonna be obstructing stuff if I put you here, because there's like a spot all the way back. Spot number 3. We need someone with a smaller silhouette to be in spot number 2. Where's Kirara anyway? There she is. Can we not rotate? We can rotate her. Okay, ever so slightly. Spot number 2. See, like Hebiko, I just don't like Hebiko in general. It's not that I dislike her. She just does nothing for me. Slightly better in this game. But overall, not too impressed. Shirayuki. Ah, there you go. Saya works. I think that's fine. There we go.
なるほど。あなたはそういう選択をするのね。
Alright, let's claim our daily free pack. To buy out the cash store, not the cash store, the fucking gold store, because that's one of the dailies. Buy these out. Buy these out. Alright. Let's reset my cooldowns. One of you needed to be vacated. That's you. Who do we put instead of you, though? I think I have all of my permanent characters maxed out. I guess you can go here. Technically a mob character, but I need to level her anyway. Alright. Click through donations. Good. I wanted, I've been fucking around with some Horizon Walker recently, considering that maybe I want to stream it, play it on stream, and I'm like, oh no, this game is, it's a little too cultured for stream after some of the more recent updates. They've, they kinda went hard in the paint, as Koreans are ought to do. Pickup gacha, not really useful because I'm not gonna do any pickup gacha spins. Okay. Let's actually click through some of the dailies. Think I need more of these. We're just gonna use our skip passes because I mostly just want to be done with the dailies as fast as possible and then move on to actually doing the tower. Venus. I think we're still short on certain stats to beat her. Put you here. Because we have good damage dealers, it's just that they're a little, you know, lackluster when fighting a single point boss, you know? So we're just gonna farm upgrade materials for now. Venus. I find these sort of static background upgrades to be a little grindy, but on the other hand, they give you something to do in late game, which is always a good thing. Given that I was in late game before this game had a proper release. Oh, you can't see because of me. Just a second. Let me hide my model real quick. Just hot damn. Like, say what you want about Gremory. They know exactly what they're doing. Women are getting bigger. Alright, my blue stack is pretty figured out, so I'm not concerned about doing anything with my blue color stacks at this point. Like, my agility stack is so powerful that I consistently triple S the tactical challenge. Oh, you motherfucker. Give me a second, I need to go and grab something from the door. I'll be right back. Alright, as we were. They have your full undivided attention. Yeah, you know, timing in games do that. That's... I hate to just admit it out in Maine, but realistically, timing in games are probably my most consistently preferred franchise. Alright, there are no button shortcuts, sadly. I probably don't need hand tracking for this. See, Rinko is so overstacked that now anytime, like, I can't use her for some reason, like, because she's on a block list for like a competitive season or something, my team just gets fucking gimped. Her VA reminds you of Calstone Light O, which is fun. I don't know who that is. There's also an inconsistency in timing in VAs. I think Rinko's VA is consistent between different timing in games. I don't remember what she sounds like in the Japanese H game. But basically, it comes down to the fact that some VAs are okay with doing porn and others are not. So that's why you have some variability. We are going to... We're probably going to double down on damage. Your cooldowns reset? Hell yeah. Like, the only reason I'm not 6-starring Asuka is because she's, first of all, already very powerful, and my agility stack is already ridiculous. Although I probably should eventually. I almost 6-starred Tokiko. Calstone Light O is horse, okay. Obsessed with being fast and cats. Her IQ is 80 kilometers per hour. Her own thoughts can't catch her. She actively tries to find a way to finish the day in under 24 hours. He defends down, but he, depending on how much we can slow him down, we can probably still sneak a debuff in. Rather, a buff block, sorry. Okay, good, we're getting repeats. I've come to really appreciate speed decrease because it effectively gives you free turns. Combination of high speed and getting your opponent's speed down low enough just gets you multiple turns on a single turn. If it makes any sense. Immobilize does nothing because he doesn't have any cooldowns. He's gonna shield up, son of a bitch. That's fine, it's not an issue. Given that each one of them takes a damaging pip like 3 times before he even gets a turn. Should generally be fine. But yeah, I somehow doubt that the Haunts has any overlap in VAs with time and end games. I do appreciate the fact that they are basically rebuilding the infrastructure from time and end RPG in this game, because I dislike live 2D with a burning passion. And the simplified chibi style, like, I understand that there is a lot of production costs that go into it. I understand that it's expensive to make a good game, but I like my games to be 3D. Okay, I got into gaming about at the time when 3D graphics were just becoming interesting or viable at all. Like, why am I suffering from fucking flat PNGs? We're better than this. So yeah, I get to enjoy the complexity of time in an RPGX with significantly better quality of life. Wouldn't assume it's the same VA just because Hans has a lot of talented first-time VAs and Kalstorn is one of them. Ah, I see. Let's do you. Rinko with a damage buff is fucking terrifying. She's probably like my highest single hit damager, if I had to guess. Can you kill on 18%? Oh, I don't really need additional turns anyway. I'm just gonna triple S it. Yeah, there we go. Triple S rank easy. Even with some suboptimal picks. I've generally seen a trend with PvP shifting towards the speed up meta. Like everyone tries to speed up their buff blockers or debuff blockers to go first, thus negating a lot of the ability abuse. So now you need to maneuver between sort of your strat-based builds and people sometimes being able to sidestep those. Like for example, I run Kirara for shielding, but I can't use the shielding if I have my buffs blocked, you know? Speaking of which, how are we doing on the PvP side? Not too hot, actually. I'm not happy about... I've been taking L's kind of frequently recently. I need to revise my defense team. 133, you should be doable. As is, I think. Now let's try this. I want to try to roll some of these back. To be expected.
七瀬舞参ります。花のように花びらが舞い散ります。連携ですか？さて、やってみよっか。
Which one of you is more problematic? You are a pretty strong fucking healer. Look at the stats real quick. What are we looking at here? 41k health. Okay, you're kind of and special weapon too. Oh, well. No, Terry, thank you for... Was that a Proom or just a regular sub? Oh, you're gifting a sub. God damn, if you have just purchased a sub to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your dick has just increased in size by 3 inches, and an additional inch for each progressive tier. You don't know what it's worth in points? I forget off the top of my head, actually. Let me quickly check the pin. Just a second. Learning skills. Commenting. RT, create a clip, invite new member, edit, full length. Make meme, post, post. Pay to win, there we go. Subscribe on Twitch, 50 points. Gift sub is also 50 points, there you go. I'm gonna tag you, because usually the protocol is to self-report, but I will give you this one. All right, as we were. Thank you, really appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Every little bit gets me closer to making to causing irreparable financial damage by going to Japan. Oh my. Oh, okay. Let me quickly log that time too. Brother, I need you to document if you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel. Your penis has increased in length by 3 inches and an additional inch for each progressive tier. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. So you're on 6 inches just today, in addition to your baseline. All right, I think we're gonna taunt Sakura, just because she feels like a threat. She's not taunted. That's bad. Okay, she wasted an overheal. That's good. I want to shield. Alright, so they don't have any debuff blocks, so I can run my standard... my standard flow here. Not concerned about that, because we're just gonna freeze your ass out. Okay, 3 out of 4, that's good enough. Let's start tenderizing. Whittle you down more. I don't like the defense stat they have. Healing over time, that's fine. None of these are offensive abilities. How are you not frozen? Pink thing brings sandwiches hands-free? What? What are you talking about? Ooh, that's not great. Oh, that's not great. I mean, Shirayuki did her job anyway, but still, I would prefer to not lose her. She's gonna damage... you probably can't do anything. Let's just kill Sakura because she's actually dangerous. And she goes for Shirayuki, of course. Okay... Still no freeze. What the fuck is that status message? Just a second, pull that up. Protective shield unremovable. Surely you jest. Okay, at least we got the buffer out of the way. That's unpleasant damage, but not deathly bad. Damn, she also casts weaken. That's kind of tits. Should have probably used the multi-hit on my... Unfortunate. Okay, basic attack. A little hurtful, but not too bad. Okay, healer is down. 2.5 characters against 1. We should be good. Even if we just stack standard attacks and fish for a freeze, we should be fine. Yeah, she doesn't have the DPS to kill anyone. So we just have to wear her down. Ah, never mind. Crit for 66,000. That's how it's done. Let's check my defense team. Why is my defense team shitting the bed so badly? Like, you should not be losing to this. We're kind of damage stacked, realistically. Round start. Do you have round start set? Maybe we shouldn't blow... I mean, I want the taunt effect from this. Huh. Probably not a lot I can do here. Let's do this. Change the target priority. Let's see what you have going on. A lot of fast damagers. I'm trying to think if this is worth the squeeze. Not a very stacked Oboro. Oh, that's not great. Okay. You have... Oh, that's unpleasant. Speed in the 90s too? Oh. This might be one of those where I might need a debuff block because they're gonna take their turn. I'm gonna soak up the damage. Even with the first round damage debuff, they might not survive the encounter. Think. Didn't have any buffers on them. Ah, fuck it, we ball. Let's try it. I usually don't go against difficult matchups, but let's keep things entertaining. Think. Where do we need to stack damage as a priority? Oboro is going to blow her load pretty quickly. Okay. What's your opener? Okay. Fuck. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. She stacked confusion on Kirara. Let's at least prevent you from critting everyone. We're not gonna prevent that, so she's just going to do... Yep. AoE. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Barely saved by the debuff. Kirara is going to chimp out and spend a turn. Really? Really? When she does friendly fire, she casts freeze, but not in the 10 times that I run that attack. God, you suck. Yeah, this is a wash. We're just gonna not participate in that. Unfortunate. Extremely unfortunate. I don't think we have any more playable defense, so let's go manual. It should be fine. I need to optimize some of my cores on the lead characters just to see if I can't min-max them a little harder. Go here. You are unpleasant to deal with, but you are a higher priority to knock down. And we get an extra turn. Okay, good. Do we double down on damn? Wait, we're just gonna shield up just in case. They shouldn't have any damage to push through, but... Okay, and we avoided confusion, that's good. And we can cook you off. Still standing. There we go. Okay, we got our 3 games. I think that's all we needed to hit the dailies. Oh, and the exchange post renewed. Fantastic. Let's buy these up. How are we doing for token balances? Quests. Oh, I need 2 more. I need 2 more, but before we do that... Who's next to be assembled? Yamata no Orochi? Okay. Episode 1, Chapter 8. There we go. We're just gonna quickly burn our Fast Pass tickets. Do I have anyone who needs leveling? Well, I have a number of them, but question is to what extent. Don't believe I have any throwaways to work with. Do I have anyone who's just generally underleveled who needs leveling? Does not appear to be the case. Okay then. Well then... Gonna run this a couple times to hit the dailies. Mm-hmm. 10 away from assembly. Character grade upgrade. Do we have anyone to grade upgrade? Surely we should have a number of them. Or we can just manufacture one, fuck it. Will it into existence. There you go. Now we have a 3-star to use for future grade upgrading someone. And we're going to be exactly 5 points away from finishing out the tower. We need to recruit. Actually, we need to recruit. Special recruit. Burn a ticket. 3-star, that's okay. Event missions. I really don't feel so invested as to buy gacha pulls anymore because, like, Yukikaze doesn't excite me anyway. Why should I white knuckle the fucking gacha for her? If anything, I'm more interested in the gem pulls these days, and yeah, I guess 5 tickets are a worthwhile investment. Fuck it. I do need to milk the milestone rewards, though. And we got some gems back, okay. Nothing of much use otherwise. Okay, let's do the arena tower. I've played around with the first floor, was relatively interesting. So let's see what this is going to be. Requires 3 or more technique characters. Techniques I think is green, right? Ally characters deploying in slot 4 has 50% chance to inflict 90% heal reduction when attacking, okay. Enemies, maximum damage taken from a single attack is limited to 50,000, no battle effects. Okay, so we just need to beat down these punching bags quickly enough. Which is fine. We can focus on good AoE and just good damage output, I would say. We need technique characters, you say. Defense is really not a priority outside of the fact that they always try to fucking heal. So I would say we're gonna go for you. Who do we have as our closer though? Technique, you say. I kind of want to try this because... Let's open her up. Check the skill. Does she inflict electrocute? Removes one random buff from target, inflicts electrocute at 30% chance on the last attack. I really should just build her as a debuff build instead of all of this. But I currently don't have the polishing kits to do that. Other than that, every critical attack inflicts electrocute at 5% chance. So I need to build her out as a debuff, like electrocute heavy character primarily, to make her viable. Because her damage output is actually kind of fucking sad. Alright, let's see. Clear within 100 turns. Should be reasonably doable. Does this give electrocute? Target is inflicted with electrocute. Okay, spin towards all enemies, hit them 5 times, additionally inflict faint, duration 1 turn. No, then we need this for now. Alright. Removes 1 random buff from the target and inflicts electrocute 30% chance on last attack. Every crit has 5% chance. Let's start with the big one. Okay, he caught electrocute. Good. Means that he's not going to be passively healing. And if we're lucky, we're going to do a mass freeze. Okay, we're short of 1, so he's going to do some healing. Oh, he's not even going to do healing. Great. Everyone else skips a turn on account of being frozen. Let's see if we can electrocute you. Electrocute. Nope, heal reduction. Never mind. Stack damage. The tactic here is to kill off the healers first, because otherwise they're just going to keep sustaining each other. Did not manage to freeze them off. It's an unpleasant amount of heal, but not tragic. Focus on you for now. More heal reduction, which is good, which is going to prevent them from sustaining him. You are not a damage dealer anyway, so spam freeze. Trying to think if there's an analog of debuff blocks that we can use to prevent them from healing. They do next to no damage, so defense isn't really a priority. It's more a question of, hey, can you fucking stop healing, please? Okay, you just healed. Oh wait, just kill you off. We're 2 turns away from a mass freeze. You know what? Tokiko might actually be the play here, because she reduces cooldowns, now that I think about it. Okay, heal reduction is working. Okay, he's electrocuted, so he can't self-heal. We should probably be able to kill him on the next one. Good, okay, 1 down. Now just whittle down the rest of them. No freeze. Saika is level 60, right? She's kind of lackluster on damage. Taunt would be good to get because he's one of the healers. If we prevent him from healing, that makes things easier for me. Mass freeze? Alright, 2 out of 3, not bad. I misclicked. That's not optimal. Let's do an AoE. Minimizing healing is probably the play here. I'm having the most rotten luck with freezing. 11,000, really? I need to look at Saika's stats. Something's off. Still no freeze. Oh, come on. And he heals off. Okay, thankfully he's under heal reduction, so that shouldn't be an issue. Let's freeze you. Can we do some lump sum damage, please? Come on. Kind of lacking on closing power. Okay, their heal is on cooldown, so that's fine. You're still going to be frozen, but I'm not going to waste my ultimate on you. Should probably just do this for an extra turn. There we go. Okay, we have 20 turns left, which is not a lot. Thankfully, there's only 2 of them. Were we not supposed to be capped at 50,000, or is that just like per single hit? Freeze. Both of you. Okay, good. Alright. So at the very least, we can whittle them down without interruptions. I think Irina's not pulling her weight. Her AoE doesn't really do enough, and Electrocute isn't so useful. So we need someone with a little bit higher damage product. Alright, this one dropped freeze. Surely I can get both of them in 10 turns and I don't have to replay the whole floor. Alright, flat 50,000. Why is this turn 7? Okay, he self-heals, that's fine. We might actually not have the DPS to take this out. Okay, we need a replacement for Rin, because Rin is not really doing anything for us. Yeah, this is not 3 turns worth of damage. Okay, back to the drawing board. Okay, Rin is the odd one out here, I would say, because Shirayuki at least contributes something because she can freeze, she prevents them from healing. Hey there, Manny. How are you doing today? Yeah, you got a gift sub. Right, we drop Rin, but we still need someone who can potentially either stack lots of damage or prevent them from moving. What do? You do bleed. Bleed is okay, I guess. It's just a reserve comment. Damage buff for everyone. Oh, hey there, Piper. What is this? You got a face full of delight when you clicked in. This is Taimanin Squad. It's, how should I put this? This is Taimanin RPG, but sanitized, of the spicier content. But as you can see, women are getting bigger. Right, probably not masked Taimanin. Think. Debuff Explode is probably only useful when there's debuffs in play. Debuff Resonance Attack. Career rate increase my character's SPD. Heal reduction, okay. Do we focus on heal reduction instead? Like, for raw damage, Maribel is probably my highest scoring one. Let's try this. By, like, pure single attack DPS, Maribel may actually be ahead of the stack. Not more than Rakshasa, but still. How are you doing today, Manny? Do you know that we have a point system based workout, well, not just workout, but including workout reporting system? I think you're in the Discord, so you may as well be participating. I wonder if I want to feint. Or at least attempt to feint some of them. Oh, heal reduction though. Okay, that's actually cool. Okay, so we got freeze on 3 out of 4. And the heal reduction does basically nothing. So yeah, we're playing endgame content that's called Arena Tower, which is the part of the content that's supposed to force me to max out all of my stacks. And you're gonna try to freeze the outlier, actually. There we go. Still no. Okay, there will be no healing. His taunt is passed, sadly. Those poses seem to be integral to the plot, of course. Okay, more heal reduction. We might be able to chew him off earlier. Okay, he's gonna self-heal, but he's not gonna get a lot out of it. Everyone else is just basically overhealing. It's fine. But as I've said previously, yeah, Taimanin is probably like my most consistently engaged with title. It's just, you know, nice to have a game that we can actually play on stream for once. Because you can't play most Taimanin content on stream. Well, action time, but it actually isn't that bad. It's just a little bit grindy and repetitive. Mirabelle is doing numbers. Okay, we're stacking some crits. I think they've already burned through the heal. No, they're not burned through the heal. That's too bad. Should I can't ult yet. Just go for raw damage instead. Let's try to freeze one of these guys. So the point of this being late game content, I need to chew through 4 stacks that have the capacity to heal each other. So it is very much a case of number go up as fast as possible. But we're going to try to min-max it as much as possible. Mirabelle is a high-ranking officer in this game's stand-in for the United States military, by the way. Aha, okay, you are frozen, so we're going to beat the fuck out of your friend over there. Did he get taunted? He got taunted too. Okay, so he's gonna miss out on several turns of healing. Because he's not gonna heal on his next turn, and hopefully we can prevent him from doing that altogether. Finally awake. Good morning, sir. Which one is Mirabelle? The one, the brown one, the big booty Latina. The one with the bullpup, yeah. Surely that's her most. That's her primary differentiating factor when we're looking at. I can't remember the names in this game. You can only sort of organize them by tit size. By tit size, you're going to actually collect a lot of repeats. Number 3? No, she's number 4. This is Mirabelle. So she's number 4 in the stack. Peacekeeper realistically makes her... Peacekeeper is the bullpup she has. It's her designated custom weapon. Makes her kind of fucking disgusting. Can I kill you with that, I wonder? Just got the news, maybe working double on America's birthday? Are they paying you double to work on America's birthday? Listen, someone has to. I mean, realistically, 4th of July celebrations are going to be the entire week leading up to it, so I'm sure you'll be able to catch up on the festivities. I should do something for 4th of July, but there's a risk that I might be busy touching grass on day of. Oni wife likes to watch the fireworks, so we're probably gonna go do that. Number 3 is not a brown lady. Number 3 is Saika. She's aristocratically pale. Working on the 4th, but getting paid for 20 hours of a 12-hour day. See? Nice. Listen, celebrations and parties are nice and all, but in my years I have become jaded and callous and kind of prefer money. Alright, we're actually in swinging distance. I continue to meme tick illiteracy. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, 4-2, done. 5 recruit tickets for that, too. See what's the next one. Finally added the best Onigaro. What are we working with here? 3 agility characters, okay, we have those. Character deployed in the fourth spot has 50% chance to inflict heal reduction, same, okay. So it's just more of the same? Okay. Getting time and half for 4th of July, no pay increase on the 5th, well because the 5th is a business day. Think. Psycho stays. What is Shirayuki? I am blind. There you are. Yeah, we're gonna go with the same stack. I think we didn't encounter anything that requires us to reroll. Team does not meet require agility. I'm stupid. Okay, agility is blue. Okay, in that case, you. We need to max out damage and maximally prevent them from moving, right? Ooh, I can do something funny. I can do something diabolical, actually. Kuranai, you, and Shirayuki. I think this would be funny. We don't care about... Do we care about speed, actually? 7% speed up as opposed to... Yeah, let's go. Let's do it like this. We should be able to stack some disgusting damage now that we have Ayame with her maxed out level. Is she maxed out? I think she's just level 50 right now. Okay, we do this mostly for the speed up that she didn't get. That's great. Love that. See how much we get out of a freeze. Okay, total 4-point freeze. I'd love to see it. Take our free turn. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We still crit. And we get to now focus on this guy over here. We're eating through their health with a pretty solid cadence, I'd say. They're all frozen at the same rates, that's fine. Let's keep stacking damage. You, on the other hand, are going to try to freeze. Good enough. We should get a special pretty soon. Come on. Anyone else have big plans for the 4th? I'm getting pretty much all of next week off because I had to work a long weekend. I almost said the alternate name of Juneteenth, but thankfully I caught myself in time. Oh boy, that would not have been great. But yeah, I worked the long weekend, so I got 3 days off for free, and Friday is off anyway. Baby's still nursing constantly. I mean, you can do things at home. Kinda tempted to not waste a whole ass special on this. This is 2 turns duration, right? Duration for 2 turns, okay. I would prefer to just stay home and eat brisket, realistically. That would be my choice of an evening. Okay, we go for the special. We knock you down so that you no longer get healed. How is this game spelled? Did I not update the title? If you feel like getting into this game, we run an Oni Dojo clan, so let me know and you can join. We currently have spaces, so you can just look it up, or I'll give you the guild number. But we run a clan, and being in a clan is good because it gives you a lot of inherent bonuses, like you gain resources better. Title is updated. Thank you. That bond skill is dope. Hell yeah. I need to level 60 Ayame for it to get like full effect. People have been running level 60 Ayames in PvP and it's just fucking disgusting. Like she one-shots fully healthy characters on the first turn, mind you, with just that crit update. Like, she is borderline broken, despite being a rare. Alright, alright. The fact that she can self-boost without skipping a turn is ridiculous. And realistically, with Kurenai in the stack, the combined skill is fun. It does a lot of damage, but you also end up in a situation where Kurenai can boost her own crits, and then Ayame also boosts her own crits and Kurenai's crits because her buff affects both of them. See? Crit and attack up for both, and she does that without losing a turn. I want to like Eleonora's bond skill with Shirayuki, but I don't know, it doesn't do anything for me. For one, it charges, it takes a long time to charge. It makes it kind of impractical. Because you're also left with like a support character and a support character. Well, a support and a debuff character, fair enough, but still. I do like the special choreography. Just look at that absolutely disgusting damage. Try to freeze you out of doing anything. Ah, he's gonna heal. Oh, that's a lot of healing. Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck? We may need to change our approach here a little bit. You don't have any buffs. We're gonna wait this one out. Stack this here. Do you have your buffs? You do not. Just gonna go for raw damage. I mean, it's not. They don't have a lot of health, which is probably a contributing factor here. Let's prevent you from getting any kind of healing. Blue hair is the one that does all the damage. Rinko? Well, yes and no. In this stack, I would say probably Kurenai does the most, like, per hit DPS, if I had to guess. Just because she's stacked in a way that allows her to do a lot of, like, single hit pinpoint damage. Like there they say she just maxes out the single hit permissible damage. Granted, this was an AoE, but still does slightly less. And Rinko she's a paid only character. Is she? Yeah, she was a step up paid only. Wait, no. Was she a banner character? Well, never mind, regardless. An extremely, extremely disgustingly busted character on her own, and she's a legendary. Ayame is a rare that you can just grind by playing Arena. See if we can... Okay, good. We do a double freeze, and they get nothing. Do we have bond skill? We do not. Next turn. Alright, and then the next turn we bond. Okay, that works. That works, that works. We decrease your heal. This is mostly in the bag. I need to make sure that I max out my damage correctly. Ah, fuck it. Let's go for broke. I would ideally prefer to have a little bit of a damage buff before I attempt that, but no longer have the turn count to dilly-dally. Thankfully, there's only one of them left. Just waste a turn. Okay, we got it. Nice. Floor 3 cleared. That's kind of a nothing burger prize, but actually, no, wait. We may have an immediate use for it. What's floor 4 do? Require 2 or more epic or lower grade. Oh, I see what you're doing. Character deployed in the first slot does the same healing reduction. Oh. Ooh, okay. Epics. Shit. Okay. Okay. Think. See, they're starting to stress my builds a little bit. Because... Oh, I don't even have any 3-star to upgrade, do I? Do we not have any fodder 3 stars? We do not. That's too bad. It's not great. Let me do the following real quick. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna dog walk one of our holdouts here. I don't think I can get her all the way to max level, but I have some items I can funnel into her for that. And we can get some extra XP into Aki, so that's also good. Okay, she's almost max level. We can split the difference fairly easily. I really don't need all that. There we go. Mirabella's epic? I need 2. I need 2 epics though. So I need... Mirabelle is level 60. She's not the issue. Aki is going to be fine, I think, because she's also epic. Oh, and we do have Shirayuki. So she's a rare, so she's like inherently... Is epic or lower? Alright. Boom, we get an extra 4-star. Who do I feed you into, is the question. How many 4-stars do we have? Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Have any leveled 4-stars? We do not. Do we need any leveled 4-stars, actually? Do we want to take someone from level 40 and up? Huh. I'm not really... I'm gonna see... What do you do, actually? Just run the same team again. I don't want to do the exact same team, just for efficiency's sake. Oh, no, I can't run the same team again, because... No, wait. Shirayuki and Ayame, both rares. Okay, I can run the same team. I'm stupid. Active skill disabled, 10% chance. Evasion down, turn gauge reduction. She's not ready to cook yet. Yeah, I probably don't see an extreme need. How are we doing for level 5 passes, though? Training, grade upgrade. Oh, we only have the one 5-star, so... Alright, something to consider at a later date. Just need to get Aki, and I'm just gonna stuff her full of XP chips. And call it a day. Where is she? You know what? Psycho would be funny to run. Bleed and weaken debuffs. Lifesteal. Or probably not, actually. Let's see. Powerful kick. Accuracy down. On crit does active skill disable. Immobilize at 30% chance. Bleed at 10%. Doesn't really do anything. I really want all of the Sword Saint girls to do stuff, but sadly they don't really do anything. Heal reduction. Oh, okay. You're a little bit on the short bus, but we can work with you later. She might be useful at higher levels, actually. Shield penetrate, steal speed debuff, speed up buffs. Well, they don't have those. Targets hit are infected with 50%. Target already is inflicted with heal reduction, inflicts 10% bleed, so she would actually be pretty good. Alright, that's not what we're looking to do, though. There you are. Okay. Let's just power level you. There we go, level 60. Fantastic. Actually get to claim some extra points for that, too. Where is she? Aki. Hell yeah, honor tokens. Let's fucking go. How are we doing for these? We need 10% of our attackers up, and we are currently at... I don't know how high we are. Yeah, we're probably not at 10% yet. We can assemble... Oh, we can assemble you. But you are needed to upgrade skills, actually. Where's Yamato no Orochi? Level 40, there you are. What are your good skills? Stabs enemy 4 times, absorb turn gauge, defense penetrate, target hit when inflicted with death down. Let's just go for broke. You are a rare character, so it's kind of annoying to have some of these like hidden behind unlocks exclusively. It makes it a pain in the ass to level up. Alright, Arena Tower. So, we need our primary damage dealers, which is going to be Rakshasa for that and for the speed buff, Shirayuki for the freeze, and Mirabelle's going to be a closer, I guess. Let me see. 6 turns. It's also 6 turns. Okay, so not really a material difference between who gets that. I think that could work. Am I overthinking it? Pretty close to having maxed out Electra. I haven't grinded her enough It's kind of fun as a concept. It takes forever. Yeah, that's why I would have preferred just put her in the damn banner. Just not in the banner, sorry, just into the regular gacha rotation. Like, it's a little bit excessive to make me grind so much main story just to, you know, upgrade a rare character. Am I overthinking this? I'm 100% overthinking this. Kurenai. This is the stack we had last time, right? Well, short of Rakshasa because we moved her instead of Rinko. Alright, let's try this. Could be a gacha game doing gacha things. I mean, gacha game doing gacha things tries to squeeze you for money. Would make even all the more sense to just put her into the gacha pool. Because the gacha pool enables me to spend money to get a thing I want, as opposed to main story just being, you know, a time sink. You can't bypass those, that's the thing. That's the chief complaint here. I can't just, you know, throw premium currency at the problem to solve it. I need to actually grind main story. It's more of a UX design problem. This game is still realistically a work in progress, which a lot of people really did not understand during the early tests. Like, you read some of the comments that it had pre-launch, and there was obviously people not understanding how games are made in general and what the development process is like, and that there's, you know, a certain degree of gathering information that goes into figuring out what is the correct game flow here. Let's reduce your healing further. Right. Stack some general hurtfulness. I do really welcome the fact that they added Arena Tower. This is dearly needed because I was just about to get bored with the gameplay loop. This could not have come with better timing. Right, let's make sure you get no healing. Alright, at the very least the heal was reduced. Oh, do we kill? Do we kill? Do we kill? Do we kill? We kill. Okay, good. Okay, good. So they're all just going to overheal for no reason. To be fair, Ayame also takes quite a long time to level because she competes with Oboro for tokens. This playtest doesn't feel like a finished game. A gamer. Yeah, it do be like that. People seem to struggle with reading comprehension. Okay, okay, we're cooking with propane. You don't have a better use of your turn, do you? Holy shit. Not to revive a dead meme, but that was a lot of damage. I think as long as we prevent them from healing, that's probably the play here. That was a bad click. I didn't notice that she had her ult up. Ah, never mind, we kill anyway. We're actually kind of murdering them. This makes me want to level Ayame a little bit more because she seems to have more utility, at least for now, than Oboro. We're gonna save it because I want the ult to have increased attack as opposed to just wasting it. Alright, we max out crit rates. See, this is why I like this game significantly more than Azur Lane, because Azur Lane doesn't have gameplay. Azur Lane is not a real game. It's an anxiety mill that forces you to grind just, you know, objectively unfun activities as punishment for wanting to roll the gacha or look at the big booby live 2D art. That's it. That's all it does. It's just there to squeeze your wallet. Here, there's actual, you know, activity above the brainstem necessary to do something. The characters actually have utility outside of, well, number go up. Because late game in Azur Lane is, well, I spin the gacha, I do the dailies. That's all there is. Alright. Do we have this? Do we have this? Very good. Let's see how far I can ride this team. Or do we no longer get healing reduction? His self-heal is still on cooldown. Yes, it is. Alright. I still have some of the extermination bosses to figure out. Because I still haven't defeated them on the harder difficulties. Alright, turn gauge reduced, that's good. I think this is it. I think this is yep, there it is. That's death. Hell yeah. Went even better because Rakshasa is better at stacking directed damage than Rinko. Rinko is... I like her as a character and for her utility as well, but she just does not perform as well. Okay, 2 or more rares with lower rarity we just run the same team. We just run this shit. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't see a reason to pivot off of this because we have 2 rare characters just juiced to the gills. You think you can stop me? You cannot. Alright, let's see. Do we run the same racket here? We buy ourselves a turn. I wonder if there's, you know, anything actually different that's gonna be, you know, further up. Or if it's just going to be orc shamans the entire way up. I admire some of the very obviously tasteful design solutions. People have really thought about the physics of breasts hanging off either side of her knee. Okay, everyone loses their debuffs, but I no longer care because I just do this. Alright, let's stack some damage. Check my phone real quick. Anything that requires my immediate attention? No. Heal reduction. I think that we need to stack heal reduction on someone else. we don't really need mass heal reduction now that I think about this. I'm gonna swap out Shirayuki for Ayame. Heal all you want, you can't unfoot the lettuce. Oh. Let me see how we're doing on cooldowns. 4 turns to this, and on her next turn she's gonna have a attack rate up. She's gonna waste a turn doing that. Yeah, let's just cream him. Fuck it. He doesn't have so much health that he would survive that anyway. There we go. We're working through these chuckle fucks actually faster. I would be interested to see if the complexity of Arena Tower is going to match what they have in RPGX at any point. You're still buffed, you can do the ultimate. It would be slightly humorous if I managed to get Ayame to a point where just her basic attack just maxes out the single hit allowance for damage. Ah. Alright, excellent. How are you still alive? I'm gonna let Shirayuki deal with him. Right, that way we get to focus our damage. Gonna take the buff. We're gonna take the buff. Oh, that was great timing actually. We get double buffs on them, and we get to pop the ultimate. Does the last guy get some kind of defense buff, or is that just a different species of orc shaman? Yeah, I did notice that. It's on this one in particular. So maybe the last guy in the stack is maybe his defense is bigger. Because they had like double crit and... See, now she's doing full damage again. I mean, some of it is RNG. I think specifically on the last guy, because they were doing numbers on the first 3. Maybe it's like a species and variant problem. Like, this is Orc Warlock. No, they have the same health pools. So maybe defense is different. Or maybe they were just not rolling crits. That's also a possibility. The damage can be a little bit random that way. Okay. See the next one. 3 or more power type characters. Huh? Okay, sure. Oh, okay, this is different. The teams are now different. These don't self-heal, but they cast shield. I don't want them to be able to cast shield. Okay, how do I prevent you from casting shield? I can either spend it by stacking bleeds, I have not figured out how to use Kara correctly yet. She definitely has synergy with some of these. Let's try to run it like this. And no battle effect. Okay, so it doesn't really matter who we put in last. Let's try this, and if it doesn't work, we're gonna pivot off. I recently swapped out some of the cores on Asagi, so Asagi should be hitting slightly harder. We're poisoned, are we? Can't be removed. That's new. Do we now need support characters? That's obnoxious, okay.
では行こうか。邪眼熾烈。過去の傷からは逃げられない。くらえ。
Bleed on multiple of them, okay. The poison is an interesting piece. Aha, so they can only shield themselves, not each other. That is good to know. I'm kind of concerned about... Yeah, well, I mean, this is sort of the point of Arena Tower. It's supposed to shift. I'm just thinking out loud as to what am I to do with that. Azusa can self-heal, so that's not a problem. I just don't want to waste a slot on a healing character. That's my primary concern here. They seem to have a lower health pool, though. Not too concerned about the attacks. We may need to swap out Asagi for someone a little bit more proactive. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah, we do have a freshly leveled up Aki, so that should do us some good. Okay, these guys shielding up. Going into attack. It's fine. Not really digging the poison. It's also an unremovable poison. See, so I can't even really do anything about it. It's not like I can have like a debuff removal character. So I need to think deeply about this. And just focus on healing or killing them faster. Tokiko might actually be a good fit for this if these fumble. She doesn't really have a fit though. Motherfucker. Excuse me, what the fuck? They have a revive that they can just use? Resurrects one random ally with 40%. Oh, this is dog shit. Okay. Yeah, okay, they don't heal, but okay. The tactics need to be adjusted somewhat. This is probably gonna be a wash. Just because I was not aware. Well, I mean, it just means that as opposed to being single target focused like we were in previous floors, we need to distribute the damage more evenly, prevent them from buffing, and then we just start collecting heads. Not an insurmountable problem. We just need to wear them down a little bit more evenly, because they don't heal, they only self-shield and only resurrect. Which is probably an even better use case for Kara in particular, because she is designed around stacking bleeds. Not a problem. Shirayuki is still an MVP in this context because she stacks... she stacks freezes, preventing them from being active. And it's a 2-turn freeze too, so... We can collect some scalps. Okay, just narrowly escape death. That's actually for the best. You still take a turn of freeze. Probably no need to waste turns healing, I'm gonna say. There's definitely some squirrely math going on with the probability of debuffs attaching. Kurenai would actually be pretty good in this scenario because she shield penetrates too. So as much as I like running Azusa, she's probably not the optimal pick here. Soften you up a little bit more. Ideally, we want to bring them as close to death as possible and then hit them with an AoE. Okay, slightly overkill. That's bound to keep happening. I'm running both out of turns and health. Okay, let's leave you be for now. Alright, now that we know that Aki does a lot of damage, we're gonna focus her on the biggest health bars. Disabling active skills is another thing that we can do potentially to prevent them from just doing all that. I think we can narrowly pull it off. Unless the poison dubs me in. Because we're doing a lot. Whittle you down a little bit more. Let's see how this pans out. AoE. Freeze. Okay, we froze or killed everyone. You're still short of AoE. I think we're good. I think we're good. We have this. We have this in the bag. We just need to actually start collecting heads. Out of the corner of your eye, you're thinking you see Golshi? On who? Who is most Golshi-like here? Despite Azusa having the most skin coverage of all of them, she's probably one of my absolute favorite designs in the game. Suboptimal.
過去の傷からは逃げられない。くらえ。
We still got this. We still got this. This is still in the bag. One down.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か。
Alright, he's still frozen, and Aki is still up. Alright. Holy shit, what is that damage? What the fuck? Did she just do 200k damage? Azusa? Okay, that was interesting. Crit multiplier is insane. What do I even have her set up as? Just a second. She doesn't even have that ridiculous crit damage. Like her crit modifier is only 80% and a crit rate of less than 50. Like she just does that. Gains crit rate up after the attack. Never mind you. Holy hell! Actually, you know what? Let's give Homegirl some slightly better buffs. She definitely deserved it. There we go. Juice her up a little bit more. I really need to make some more modules for her, actually. Health Core Alpha for attack. Let me see if I can make a new one right now. Health Core Alpha. Attack. Alright, there's a gold core over there. Three or more technique type characters. Technique is what? Green? Round start, unremovable poison. And that's about it. Okay. Aki. Do I give that to Aki now? What are you on here? Yeah, you have a better one, arguably. Oh, that's shield. Good. Crit resistance and crit rate. Crit rate. Oh yeah, definitely this. HP down, crit damage down, don't care. Do not care. Actually, let's upgrade this. We definitely have Aki as a heavy hitter now, so that's good to have. Let's just max it out all the way. I have the gold to burn anyway, so. Alright, what are we doing here? We're dealing with poison and needing to distribute damage evenly, so Mirabelle definitely stays in play. I'm not sure about Saika. She is one of my higher damage dealers. However, she's not terribly useful in this outlook. Technique is green, technique is green, okay. I would argue, and this is a big if, technically I can just choose to not deploy Saika when she doesn't need to be like the finishing kill. Or I could swap her out for Rin, but Rin is inconsistent. I need to stack her for applying debuffs more consistently because 5% chance to, you know, to electrocute on crit, kinda meh. This one relies on already having electrocute. Removes one random buff, 30% chance on last attack. Like, this is, yeah, kinda okay, but, You know what I mean? Like, she's kind of half-baked as a build right now. Let's try this.
Okay,
we're poisoned by default, that's okay.
では参ります。
Okay, let's stack damage for now.
あなたに見切れるかしら。絶技。
Thankfully, they don't heal.
作戦目標確認。行動開始。火力支援を要請する。
For a chance to feint some of them. Burn. That's an acceptable outcome. Yeah, he's gonna shield, everyone else is just gonna skip turn.
さて、やってみよっか。切り捨てる。
Not enjoying that. Not enjoying that.
食らいなさい。
I'm not sure if they can stack shields though.
確認。行動開始。煙幕を張るぞ。
The accuracy debuff doesn't do anything for me, but I like to have the gradual damage. Oh, nice. No, never mind. The accuracy debuff does actually do stuff. You are probably a little bit too powerful now. Let's throw you over here.
では、参ります。
That's just about right. We're gonna leave him alone after this. Okay. Everyone else is gonna shield up because they skipped that turn. Not really a concern. Let's keep whittling you down.
では、参ります。作戦目標確認。行動開始。
We don't have AoEs yet.
撃ちます。 さて、やってみよっか。
Let's say, yeah, we do this. To put him within striking range of dying. I'm hoping they can't double up on shields. That's my primary concern. If they can't just replace their health bar with shields, if I just let them get away with the cast, then it should be fine. Unfortunate. I killed one of them. Bad timing. You two just shielded up, so you are a higher priority to kill now. They will definitely shield and resurrect one of those two, but that's fine. That's fine. We can still stack a lot of damage on them. Hopefully we can prevent that from happening with the freeze. And we have a mass freeze on our hand. Okay, good. Let's see if I can't taunt. He's taunted. Okay, good. So he's not going to be resurrecting. So he's just going to be doing his basic attack. For some reason, just did not do damage. Stack AoEs. Probably would have been better spent if they resurrected someone. But we work with what we have. He's still taunted, so we're gonna focus on killing you. And we're gonna roll for a freeze. Freeze is not happening. Put you within striking distance of dying. Bigger concern right now. He's still frozen on the next turn, and he's still taunted. Okay, but on the next turn, either one of them will try to cast Resurrect. We can't have that. Okay, I'm gonna gamble. We throw damage this way, because Mirabelle can do this. Extra turn on kill. And stacks crits too. Okay, this may be in the bag. There we go. Excellent play. If I do say so myself. Alright, what's next? What's next? So far so good. It's forcing me to think a little bit. Agility characters, poison. Okay, so it's more of the same. More of the same. Let me think. We did not deploy this stack against the poison debuff yet. And single character damage is less valuable now. Shirayuki is still probably a valuable play, and so is Kunai. I think we're good with this. We adjust strategy. We don't try to kill them off one by one, and then we have Rinko as an AoE. Oh nice, 4 out of 4 freeze. I think each one of them takes about 5 max damage hits before they go down. We're not doing a lot of damage for some reason. Maybe just unlucky rolls. I feel like we're doing half damage. Okay, everyone loses freeze, that's fine. Not too concerned about that. Okay. Should probably do another pass on him and then move on to the others. Okay, none of them do any damage. Does this shield pen attack? Okay. Just direct you over here because there's no shield to overcome. Now there's a shield to overcome. We don't have AoE yet, nor do we really need it. I don't think we're gonna kill. We probably won't kill with that. However, I think that damage is best placed over here. And we have an AoE cooking as well. Okay, we have buffs in play. That's good.
行くぞ。
And we're probably gonna leave you for now. No, a couple more hits. Just... Okay, we get a complete freeze. So that buys us a little bit of time. Soften you up slightly. Oh, that was nothing. Why are we doing so little damage? Wait, does the freeze affect damage? Have I not been aware of that this entire time? Oh, okay. So this was, I was kind of getting in, okay, stepping on my own dick as I am to do. Freeze. Skill cooldown pause when attack damage taken becomes 25%. That actually explains a lot. Okay. I see. We may need to swap out Shirayuki because she might be doing more harm than good. I guess we can do this for now, since we're not at risk of one-tapping them. Damn, that's gonna cause me to rethink my entire approach. He is losing 75% of damage for, you know, in exchange for just getting turns for free. Kinda sucks. Alright, they're all thawed. So we can use that as an opening to chew through most of this guy's HP. Okay, well placed, reasonably so. We're running a little bit low on health, lower than I would like to be. It does explain the reason I struggle with some situations in PvP now. It puts things into perspective. Alright, we need to chew through this guy's HP now, and then we can start deploying the AoEs. Maybe we even want to do another mass freeze. We're cutting it a little too close for comfort in terms of our own HP, actually. Like, having all of them alive is actually turning into a problem. Oh wow, that was, not great, not great, not fantastico. We're gonna lose Ayame on the next turn, by the way. Fuck it, we ball. We're probably gonna wipe. Yeah. Let's go for the low-hanging fruit, I guess. Oh, come the fuck on. Can I not kill at least one of these guys? Alright, if I don't kill any of them and they shield up, I should be in good shape. Come Come on, motherfucker! Why aren't any of them dying? You. One dead. Oh, I ran out of turns. Oh shit. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Rethink our strategy here for a bit. Whew. Single target damage is no longer the answer, and we need 3 agility types. Okay. Okay. Trying to think. Should we keep Mirabelle? See, like, these two still play well together. It's a question of... Think. Should I bother with the Ayame Kurenai combo? Is the real question. I'm gonna say no, and we're gonna try this. I'm probably gonna regret this. Right, on the first turn, the first thing they do is shield up, right? Okay, we go for AoE to start whittling away at their health. Gonna collect a crit rate buff. Ah, actually, Tokiko might be the play. Inflicts burn to all enemies. Okay, resets cooldown of Blazing Barrage. Jumps into the air. Okay. This is saving a lot of my personal efforts, so that's good. You do not get to have shields. Should have used Kurenai for that. I'm stupid. Alright. She ignores and removes shields. That's fine. Alright, let's set these dudes on fire. Come on. Stack damage here. Stack damage over here. Tokiko doesn't really do anything in terms of damage, so... She does have a chance to immobilize, though. Now that I think about it, she's probably a candidate for a debuff build as well. Because if she gets a higher probability cast on debuff block and immobilize, she actually becomes a scary character to deal with. Oh, come the fuck on. Okay. Immobilize, good. Okay, keep peppering in. Go here. They're gonna shield up now. Yeah, they're shielding up. You're immobilized, you all have shields, so we can just go for damage. AoE would probably not kill yet. Test that theory. Oh no, no, okay, he's just about alive. Micah is going to kill him though. Probably not exactly optimal, although they did just blow their loads on shielding up, so that probably is okay. Okay, buff block. We need a more consistent immobilize, maybe. I'm gonna risk skipping a turn. Yeah, I did not account for the fact that Micah just attacks the entire field every time. Okay, they're still attacking. What is the cooldown? 1 turn left, okay. 3 turn cooldown on respawns. We probably shouldn't try to kill off any of these because they're gonna revive on the next turn. So we're gonna let them revive. And then just kill them all together a little harder. Yeah, let's go. Probably fine. It's probably fine. Okay. Okay, now they're going to shield up. Do we have AoE in 1 turn? That's fine. You go here. Kurenai goes here because she shoots through shields. I'm gonna produce some collateral damage. No? Okay, good. Let's see if we can get away with this. Probably not the correct strategic play. Okay, we kill him. Do we have this in the bag? Are we actually within bag distance? If he doesn't revive, we're good. Which he's still on cooldown to do. Come on, come on, give me that single hit damage. Hell yeah. Alright, we're still in play. Oh, we're actually getting some nice rewards. Okay, 2 or more rare characters. That's easily doable, since we have some overtuned rare characters. That's not a problem. We're still dealing with the same fucking poison condition, though. Maybe Shirayuki is not the play. Aoi does not have the stat product right now to compete. Just not terribly useful for what we're trying to do here. Ha 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 ha. And we need to keep Ayame because she's the highest damage dealer rare right now. Unless I need to dog walk another one. Think. Think. Probably not off the top of my head. She would potentially be strong, but she doesn't have a build yet. Like, we don't have cores, and she's still 3rd grade. So, not great. Would require some investment, although her ultimate is kind of fucking scary. Taunt increases random, so potentially she's actually pretty good for the role. Requires a lot of investment to get up to speed, but actually kind of doable. Alright. Let me see if I can get away with just running the standard stack, actually. No, I cannot get away with running the standard stack. What the fuck am I talking about? 2 rares, because we need 2 rares. Tokiko... See, like, I feel like Kurenai is kind of valuable here. Not what I'm looking for. Oh, wait, I'm not limited to blues anymore. Shit. Fair. Kurenai is great for knocking through shields, however... thinking if I should swap her out for Mirabelle just to stack the damage a little bit more evenly and for a debuff chance. That may be the play that I'd have to go for. Let's try with Kurenai, and if it flops, then we're gonna swap her out for Mirabelle. Okay, we get taunt on the first turn, reading good. We are going to buff crit. We're not gonna do that yet. We're not gonna do that yet because I want them all shielded up before I freeze their ass. Yeah. I'm gonna dump my damage first, and then I'm going to freeze them while I'm unborrowed on my recovery and cooldowns. See, we're in a situation where we kind of need to hang on to Ayame because she's our highest damage product in terms of rares, but at the same time, like, Kurenai is a really big crutch for her. So like, one doesn't really, like, if you want to get your money's worth, you need both, realistically. You know what, we're gonna save the mass freeze for when we actually start killing them. I think that's the play. We prevent them from shielding and reviving by way of using freeze. Keep you here. You can ignore shields, so you go here. Okay, that's a respectable crit, actually. Probably a couple more nibbles at this guy, we can move on. Now that he's shielded up too. We're gonna prioritize pointing Kurenai towards anyone who's shielded up. Neither of you have your buffs up, so we're not gonna waste that. Alright, you're as close to death as we want you. We're gonna defocus for right now. Should I? I'm gonna wait for Kuranai to buff, and after that, I'm gonna buff and do the bond. Okay, now we buff you. We hit shield, that's not a problem. Chew through most of the shield. We get crit rate up. I don't like the fact that we just did not get any kind of benefit from attack buffs. Like it's all crit rates. Wow, that's a fucking nothing burger if I've seen one. Do not touch you yet. Not using freeze is actually causing their damage to stack quite unpleasantly. We're capped at 50k for single hits, so it's fine. We can just do that with impunity. Maybe Rinko is the better fit for this because she has an AoE attack. Because the Rakshasa move is a pretty big investment. Probably gonna freeze on the next turn. Let's go for you. Okay, good. Single hit limit. Now that I think about this, just from a moveless design, we probably should be biasing towards enemies that have, not enemies, units that have multi-attack moves. Because that way you're not actually hard capped to 50k. Remove your shield. Oh, we actually ignore the shield, never mind. That's not great. That's not great, that's not great. I don't think we're gonna pull it off. Bit of a tall order right now. We're not stacked correctly. Maybe Mirabelle is the pick here. You're already thawed, so we can start working towards killing you. You're still frozen, I'm not concerned about you. Oh, we lost Kuranai, this is tits. Fuck it, we ball. Freeze would have actually been good here. That's the problem with fucking rare characters. They're pretty waifish in terms of their health pool. Okay, he's frozen, so he can't revive. Oh, but Rakshasa is pretty much dead. I did not account for that. Okay. She's not gonna pull it off on her own. Wait, or is she? Wait, she's gonna die from poisoning though. Yeah. We lose to poison. Big think. Already floor 9. Okay, let's see. Shirayuki was not doing us much good. It's not the time limit, it's the fact that the poison damage ticked down. Shirayuki would have probably pulled it out if not for the poison damage. So the choice here is to either have someone as a healer or just not bother at all. We're gonna have to design this from the ground up. Micah is probably also good. I guess so. It is a time limit unless you get someone with a sustain. If you get a healer on the team, you don't really care anymore. This is kind of stupid, but maybe I don't hate it. Slightly experimental. Wait, how does your sudden death work, actually? Lifesteal... Instant death chance at 60% on targets less than 10% health. She's understacked, just materially. Nothing I can really do with you as well. She kinda got a lot of the hand-me-down cores too, so... Not a lot to work with. Huh. What are you doing for cores, though? Evasion and some attack buffs. Purely an experimental run, these two do not have the stacks to compete in this weight class. But we'll see. Oh, and she can heal, by the way, that's also good. Okay, so we prevent them from shielding up. We blast everyone with this. They all waste a turn doing nothing. Good. Okay. I wonder if the accuracy down is going to do anything. We heal. Oh, okay, even with an overcharge. Okay. Come on. This might be the play. Micah does even damage across the board, so as long as we manage our AoEs correctly. And with a healer on the team, they're not actually as scary anymore. What does this do? Evasion up. Removes one random buff from the attacker. They don't have any buffs. And yeah, that's a waste of a turn. Okay, I think we're gonna tough this one out. I think we got this. See their cooldowns. On the next turn, they're all gonna be able to shield up. Not if I have something to say about that. Okay, Aoi seems to be the play. Because her debuff block resets way faster than Tokiko, and she's a rare character. You give this dude one more bite of damage. Alright, with healing, we should be doing fine for HP. Start eating through the next one, I think. Or rather, we're gonna AoE. Go here. For shits and giggles. Alright, pepper some damage across the floor. We should get a heal on the next turn. We can't heal yet. That's not great. They do shield on the next turn, unless I have something to say about that. Just start spilling some damage over here. We realistically could wipe them in a couple more well-placed AoEs. Okay, I see why people take Aoi to all the way to level 60, because she is cheap as hell. Let's even out their health pools. Okay, we heal. It's actually a substantial heal. We can start mowing them down. Alright, I think we got this, we got this. It's a good thing that I had my rares leveled up as high as I did. Alright. Nice, and we get a 4-star certificate with that too. Ha. Depending on what we need to do on the next one. There's a leaderboard? Okay, interesting. Oh. Rakshasa, okay. Unremovable attack buff and defense down debuff. Makes both attack up and def down increase after a certain number of time passes. Need one or more 6-star character. Oh, I've got those. On round start, afflicted with unremovable, vulnerable to bleeding, immune to speed down debuff. Okay. So we just need to kill him as fast as possible, right? Vulnerable to bleeding, you say? He's a boss character, so he's not vulnerable to... I'm trying to think. He's not going to be susceptible to freezing, so we can go with this, I think. He's a blue character, though. Okay. I think this is the play. Okay, let's see how this works out. 10th floor is a boss, it does make sense. Within 200 turns, should be doable. Attack up. Meteor shower may be a waste of time on him. I don't really have anyone who makes use of his bleed vulnerability, but all of my bleed characters are power characters, so they would take extra damage from him. I'd prefer to avoid that. That's a lot of damage. We may need a sustain character. I may have to replace Kirara with my... just for the shielding and the extra healing. Bleed. I'm trying to think of bleed characters that are green. Masked Taimanin is a bleed character and she's green. But I don't have the stats on her. Well, I said that before, so... Probably replace Rinko. What is this? Oh, so when you... okay, so when you stack debuffs, it gives them just a general damage susceptibility, I guess. On your way to the wage cage, you'll be slow instead of playing Taiman and you'll be working on games? Nice! So listen, I think that the wage cage is... how should I put this? The name itself has a whiff of the you know, Zoomer resentment. They really don't like the fact that you have to work for a living I think that being employed is actually an extremely good thing because it enables us to be productive in society and it funds the things that we find interesting. And you're saying you're working on games, which is, you know, an added benefit.
では参ります。食らいなさい。はあ。切りかかる。
Well, let's try to go all out, and then we adjust depending on how we do. Kirara is not a great fit for this. I kind of bit myself in the ass.
さて、やってみよっか。悪くないな。
Damage taken by 12%. So the longer I fight him, the more damage he takes. We're still not even past 30% damage, and I, however, lost a lot more health.
私がみんなを守るんだから感謝するわ。
よさてやってみよっか。切り捨てる。切りかかる。
Why does he have more health than he did previously? Is he healing and I'm just not noticing it?
では参ります。
He was at 73% last I checked.
行くわよ。全力で。せーの。
さてやってみよっか。見切れるかな。切りかかる。見えた。では参ります。
Does he have some kind of sustain on him? No, doesn't seem like it. And we're fine for turns. Okay, we're at 30% flat. Yeah, Inko is sadly not really pulling her weight, so we're gonna swap her out for Mass Time and Oh, that's not great. Okay, this is quite obviously a wash. Let's swap out our parties. Old lady at the quickie trip didn't card you and told you that you were a handsome young man, but you're not that young. Thank you, old lady. It made you smile. See, you have to appreciate the small moments like that. Women, after not being complimented within the last 10 minutes, already contemplating suicide. Meanwhile, guys, remembering that one time someone called them a handsome, sensitive young man. You gotta appreciate these things. Alright, let's see. I need someone who inflicts bleed. So it has to be a blue or green. Do you do any bleed? Heal reduction. Okay, you do not do that. Not a fan of Felicia in general. Not really vibing with her aesthetic. Try you, because you stack a lot of bleeds actually. What do you do? Electrocute doesn't work on bosses. Fuck you, is that what you do? Sustain, though. Having a healer would probably be good. Where's Vanilla Mai? I know, see her. There she is. Let's swap out some of her... she probably doesn't need any of these swapped out. She's fine. Alright, maybe she's a little behind on some of the upgrades. Ever so slightly. I'm sure it's fine. Let's run this as a proof of concept at the very least. So if we inflict either one of these, either taunt or bleed, he's going to become more susceptible to damage, if I'm reading that correctly. How much damage do you do? 41,000? Okay. Okay, let's think deeply about this. If target has 1 bleed, so if that's a conditional, then we need to stack bleeds before. Performs bleed, debuff resistance, or debuff resonance attack. I think we just need to go for a standard bleed first. So the more bleeding we cause on him, the better. The more bleeds and taunts. Okay, that's fine. We have a sustained character now. I'm on the fence about keeping Saika on the team because she doesn't seem to do much. Hopefully he doesn't heal at all. Considering the target audience, why puts such long hair on the women? Also, where are her nipples? They're in a tight suit. What do you mean? Also, the hair on Saika in particular is canonical. Oh, the one with the hat, Rakshasa? I mean, she has a sort of a the Japanese word for that would be suso. So the long hair doesn't really interfere with anything. The nipples are implied to be somewhere underneath the hem of the kimono that barely fits her. Listen, this is a 17 plus game, okay? It obstructs the view of the ass. On Rakshasa in particular, it's going to obstruct the view of the ass regardless because her, like, the skirt of the kimono already does that anyway. The hair is not really a material component here. You could make that argument for Saika. More so actually for Azusa, the Sword Saint one. Okay, we're stacking bleeds. And we're gonna be able to shield up on the next turn. that's a lot. That's a lot.
さてやってみよっか切り捨てる
But thankfully, he did blow his load before we shielded up. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of shields.
食らいなさいテイトは
He doesn't stack any debuffs on us that I
切り
noticed.
刻んであげるさてやってみよっか見切れるかな
任せてください
Can we shield?
皆さんは私が守りますはあ
弱いぞ
Wish nothing happens.
では参りますさああなたに見切れるかしら絶技無影脚
You need to also factor in that, you know, these characters have different appeal points. It's very obvious that Rakshasa is more for the breast appreciators. And if you're an ass man, then you're probably going to be more interested in, off the bat, Saika, Kirara, Masked Taimanin, and Oboro. Asagi is a pretty complete package. So there's plenty of ass to go around, don't you worry. Even with a somewhat min-max team, I feel like we're not doing a lot. I mean, that's always been the point of Taimanin. Like, they, as a franchise, the point of it is that certain characters cater to certain preferences. Mass Taimanin is actually doing pretty well.
任せてください逃がしませんよ
では参ります食らいなさいテイトはあさてやってみよっか見切れるかな
Hey, we may be getting somewhere with this. Okay. I need to do something about his cooldowns. That's probably a consideration. I would prefer to be able to prevent him from doing that multi-hit ass rip attack. Because he can realistically 2-tap me faster than, thankfully he aggroed against Rakshasa there. But he can realistically dispatch useful units very quickly. Faster than I can restore them, because now I'm gonna have to use my heal on Mai, as opposed to having her heal others. Which is not an optimal play by any means. So I would rather find a sustainable way of just preventing him from getting access to that multi-hit. Target has bleed, then increase bleed. Wait, the target has bleed. Each bleed increases damage by 10%, and you have 2 bleeds active. Okay, we don't take any damage. Saika is a sneeze away from getting clipped. Like, if she eats an ultimate, she's dead. However, Mai is mildly more important, so we have to invest into her. I think Mask Taimanen is performing a very important role here because his damage taken is proportionate to the number of bleeds that we sustain on him. So just by merit of doing that, she's actually contributing more indirect damage than Saika. Because we're almost at doing double damage. Oh, that's, and he gets an extra turn. Oh, that's not great. Good, he distributed. Okay, we're still in. We are about to sustain casualties. That's just unavoidable. Depending on what the AI wants to do, it may take out Saika, which wouldn't be great for just sheer damage output. Yeah. Oh, never mind. He went for my sucker. Still edging it pretty close. What does fucking bleed debuff resonance do? Can I not take a look at what debuff resonance does? Vulnerable to bleeding, bleed, okay. I don't want to stack more bleeds on him, honestly. Yeah, he loses one of the bleeds. Goes for my... Okay. I think we have this... I think we can pull this off. I wouldn't say that it's in the bag. We need to play our cards right here. 200... Okay, that's pretty good damage. He's on cooldown for one of his multi-hits, but... we're better off shielding than we are hoping for healing past whatever he's gonna do. Also doing like 100k damage per hit anyway. Okay, we lose Saika. That's fine. That's fine. Even with an extra turn, you're not scary. Think. Let's go for damage dealers. I think it's faster to just kill him. He's on a single hit attacks anyway. Yeah, one more ult and I'll just take his head. You're shielded. Even if he goes for my, I'm not terribly bothered. Don't care. I have enough damage output to put you the fuck down. There we go. Floor 10. My favorite part about this is that strategizing and correct character picks trump the approach of, you know, big numbers go burr. Alright. What are we supposed to do here? 3 power. On round start, character deployed in slot 4 is granted unremovable target and 40% evasion up. If one of the allies is defeated, attack up 250. Okay, so if anyone dies, we all die. Fair enough. Ooh. Back to the drawing board. Okay, we're facing off against clankers. And we need, what, 3 power characters? Okay. Clankers do not self-sustain. So we prioritize survival. They only have attack. Let's go for an experimental approach here. Let's go you, and you. What's your EVA? 18%. What's your EVA? 12%. This is more of a shitpost than an... Oh, I can't do that, actually. Fuck. I need 3 power characters. Well, in that case... we... Maybe... Thinking... If I'm reading the terms of this correct, though, that's probably... Clear within 100 turns... Oh, you're all varied types now, too. Oh, that sucks. We're going to aggro on Mirabelle, right? As a rule. Unless taunted. Okay, we may need to get some kind of shielding. That is funny. That is funny as hell. Wait, which one of them is coordinating attacks so that they're all attacking on the same beat? That's kind of fucking stupid. Which one of you does that? Perform joint attack with other allies. Perform joint attack with other... Oh, they all do it. Okay, so they all constantly just do a non-stop bukkake of damage. That's just obscene, okay. They go down easier than the other guys, at least. Okay, we need... shielding's not gonna do shit. Yeah. Oh. Okay, noted. That's an interesting problem to solve. Think. So, it's less of a priority to actually kill them fast enough. That's a good takeaway to have. Wait, I'm gonna keep you around, because if I can get confusion on any one of them, they're gonna kill each other as opposed to shooting me. Even if it's just one volley, Yeah, because we have the debuff boost. Let's keep her around for now. No, we still need the fucking power characters though. Boo, this is such a fucking pain in the ass. Trying to think. Electrocute doesn't do shit for us. We may need freezing. Like, we can try this as a shitpost, but that's probably mostly a shitpost. Like, I don't think this is actually gonna do anything, even with the accuracy down. The fact that they all have a joint attack is kind of bullshit. Still no confusion. Are they immune to confusion? They're not immune to... They're not immune to any specific debuffs, not as far as I can tell. So it should be just fine. It's just bad draws. Like, if they can bleed... Oh, her speed is bad. That's unfortunate. Yeah, she's probably not gonna survive. Okay, slightly better. Wait, they can just do that? You know what? With a slightly higher health pool, this would be doable. Okay, it was kind of funny, but not really. I think Shirayuki is probably the play here. It's probably more useful to just not let them work. Where is Shirayuki? There she is. I could try to fuck around with confusion one more time, but I think that's not gonna be it. This one is interesting. This is an interesting problem to have. Because just the frequency of attacks kind of fucking invalidates any standard tactics for guarding against damage. Because they're all multi-hits from like every direction. Oh, finally we get confusion. Holy shit. Alright. Wait to stack debuffs, actually. Just bad RNG? It's not, no, it's not bad RNG, it's a design problem. It's a design problem for me to solve. We are going to wait. Because I want them to do some friendly fire first, and see if it even works like that. Okay, you're up next. I want to see if confusion does the thing that I want it to do. It does not. Okay, never mind. Then Oboro is off the team. Because she is actually useless then.
では、眉切り裂く切り刻んでやるわくれ
Yeah, I like that it actually, to your comments, Seko, I actually appreciate that it gives me a problem to solve where the solution isn't, well, just play the game more and prestige more characters. No, I actually need to find an intelligent approach to this, because otherwise I'm just gonna suck 10 bags of dicks trying to white knuckle this. You self-heal, so you should be fine. I really like that Aki does disgusting numbers. Still no freeze. Oboro is an okay AoE fiend, but I'm kind of upset that Confusion didn't do what I was expecting it to do. It would be odd if it did, to be fair. Like, that would be a little bit ridiculous. But like, yeah, it causes joint attack, therefore all of the units now try to kill each other, even though only one unit is confused. I understand why it's the way it is. It doesn't mean that I like it. I guess it does at least remove the number of units shooting at you simultaneously. Okay, we're actually getting somewhere with this. Because when they're shooting at each other, at the very least they're not shooting at me on that turn. Unfortunate. Hey, but at least we know that we're, you know, within striking distance of an actual successful outcome here. Ah. Okay. So less of an issue if we take the L later in the game. Wait, did they just double up on the buff? No, they did not. Okay. That would have been kinda unfair. Yeah, well, they probably wiped. Love how fucking Oboro is at full health. Just off of her bleed healing. Yeah, never mind. Okay. We need to rethink our There is a way to cheese this. And the way to do that is to use Tokiko, but then she would need to replace an actually useful unit. Alright, Oboro is out. Oboro is out. Who is in? Is the question. Shirayuki is useful because she buys us time. And we're only limited to red units too. I'm tempted to say that Azusa just for sheer damage output. What are our other reds that could be useful here? You self-heal. Good for you. Let's try this. If this doesn't work, then we can potentially try swapping her out for Mirabelle. I might have to make dedicated builds for this shit. Okay, we start with you. Single hit damage is still capped, right? Like, the really tragic thing would be if one of them isn't frozen, okay, the other ones are still frozen though. That makes it marginally better. I actually need to kill this dude the fastest because he does the most damage versus our anchor. Let's try to freeze you out. Nope. No luck. No dice. Why are you thawed? Who else is a disgusting dodge fiend? We need a character built on evasion for this, I think. Mirabelle is okay because her native evasion is actually pretty good. Along with a smug grenade, she's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Freeze. Okay, good. Good. We get to skip a turn. I feel like the number of their attacks is also different. So that should probably inform some of the priority in which I tackle them. No freeze. Yeah, we keep doubling down. Even if we just, yeah, he still skips a turn here, unless, oh no, one of them. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's no bueno. Does Azusa have her ult? She does. It's not gonna be much use to me though. Like, yeah, sure, I killed him, but... Maybe if we only have to deal with one uber buffed mob, it's gonna be somewhat salvageable. Okay, keep wailing away. Oh, at the very least, they're spreading the damage around a little bit. It's never big dick attack yet. 117,000 damage, holy shit. Oh, get the fuck out. Okay, she's out. Cutting it a little too close for comfort. Try this. AoE. Come on. We're cutting it very close, but not enough. We're just short. I think we're doing fine for damage dealers. It's a question of Mirabelle probably being a better fit for lasting long enough. Okay, let's try Mirabelle. Let's try Mirabelle, and if not, listen, it's back to the drawing board. We'll just do this some other time. Okay. Shirayuki is out, Mirabelle is in. Is there a better red that I could potentially assign to this? What do you do? Weaken. Okay. Performs additional attack, increased damage proportional to HP lost. Removes 1 debuff from character on turn start. Gains power if no debuff. Damage reflection to all allies. Oh my. Nyachu, welcome to the Oni Dojo. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. Also, you are expected to be able to bench press your body weight by the end of the quarter. You have been warned. Hello. We're playing a little bit of an action time in it, as you can see. Active skill disable is not valuable. What's for native evasion, though? Pitifully low. You just do damage, that's fine, but not what we need. Removes protective shield, not interesting. Gains counterattack when hit with an all-target attack. They're not all target attacks, they're all pinpoints. Lifesteal. Poison. Removes 1 random debuff, inflicts poison. I'm not sure a poison build would be very useful here. Ha! You, on the other hand, fires a beam of light of all enemies, healing over time, gives immortality, or gives immortal for one turn. Theoretically, this could work. Speed down. Oh, that... Immobilize it. Immobilize is not valuable. Poison. Target hit is inflicted with sleep at 50% chance if the target has 2 or more debuffs, including poison, on the last attack. Vulnerable to poison. Actually, this might be an Arachnaea. Damage reflect is minimal, but her self-buff rebuff removal is nice. Well, we don't even get any debuffs to play with here, that's the problem. I think Arachnaea may be the play here. Anemone, excuse me. Let's keep that in the back of our minds. Can I deck her out with anything? What will be the most useful thing to give you? You don't scale off of any stats, so probably just pure damage. Probably just a debuff stat, realistically. Guarantees. 50% chance. Okay, so it's a lot of builds that rely on... that are going to rely on debuff stacking. let's try this. If this doesn't work, then we're gonna call it a day, and then I just need to go and level up Anemone, because Anemone seems to be the way to do this, because it gives us stacking damage while also preventing the enemy from moving. Get you out of the picture as fast as possible. Actually, I might have mistaken my target. Maybe this is the one we need to get out of the pictures. Probably the red unit, because he gets more accurate hits on Mirabelle. A little rough. Having them all run a train, like, see, the benefit of having freeze as a backstop is that they don't get to fire all at once, thus denying them a lot of damage up front. Do that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna try this one more time, slightly differently. Instead of trying to go for the green, we're gonna try going for the red unit there. Yeah, I know. Fuck it, let's try Anemone right now. Give her some basic modules to work with. Just so that she's not, you know, bottomed out. It would be funny to crank out the evasion on Mirabelle all the way. Probably not something I want to do right now. Nothing to work with here. Yeah, good enough for government work. This is probably going to be a wash, but I want to experiment with the format none the least. Nonetheless, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm starting to stumble a little bit because I haven't had breakfast. Okay, let's max out this. Max out our targeted damage. Right. Now what do we do? On last attack, targets are inflicted with vulnerable to poison. Okay, we need... Wait. Sleep at 50% chance if the target is already afflicted by 2 or more debuffs, including the poison. That didn't do shit. Not sure this is doing anything. The red unit is probably the main source of damage right now, because he has a higher accuracy due to typing. Actually, you know what? The poison might have some good synergy with Aki. Speed down and immobilize. Yeah, it's a wash. Mostly, I'm going to say it's an insufficient damage problem. Well, and none of her debuffs actually triggered, so there's also that. Motherfucker, what do I do with you? The typing limitation is really what hurts me the most. If I had free reign in choosing which units I can roll out, that would probably make it a little bit easier. Unless we can drag our feet with a sustain character. Let's try it like this. And we try to kill you as fast as possible. We give damage over time. The heal over time, sorry. Accuracy down. Does this do any native bleeds? If target has a bleed. Okay, on the next turn we do the AoE. As long as she survives the salvo, she should be fine. We might just need to stack her heavily into evasion. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to make dedicated cores for that, but this is the name of the game. Why does this never fucking inflict feint when I use this? 25% chance. Do I just need to change the cores? Is that really the solution? Okay. Inflicts weaken if there's bleed. Okay, let's give it weaken so that it does less damage. Crit. Suboptimal. Motherfucker. Okay. We did not kill enough of them quickly enough. So Mirabelle is just short of surviving. Oh boy. Let's try something different for her beat. I want to figure out if that works at all. So, the problem is the gigantic buff that they get at the end, right? What if we were to prevent them from acquiring any kind of buff on death? Wouldn't that be great? So, let's try deploying Tokiko and see if she does any better. Probably don't have anyone more beneficial for this. Yeah, there's probably no one better suited. Like, she can self-heal at the very least, but the amount of back shots she receives is just disproportionate. You know what? Wait a second. You there. You're a defense balanced character. Damage increased in proportion to defense, mustering up strength gains defense. Alright, let's do this first to figure it out as a concept. I feel like the closest we've gotten realistically is with Shirayuki. Because denying them a full turn is kind of big. What, she's blue? So we focus on killing the green unit first. Right? Alright, Tokiko stays in play. I'm gonna keep her around. Like, realistically, she's dead on the next turn. Yep. Interesting that we got that out of the way that quickly. Okay, so what happens if I do this? Right, buff's blocked. Let's see if that affects anything. No, they still get the buff. That is just unfair. I understand, like, I accept them not, like, it being a non-removable buff, but why can't I prevent the buff? You know what I mean? Like, it just looks, it's just unfair. God, fuck. With the freeze, Shirayuki probably has the best survival odds. So it's probably a question of just stacking poison, but if we freeze them, then we don't do enough damage. They do no damage. So it's... I can't sort by stat. What do you even do? Protect ally, defense up. Didn't give you anything, and did. Passive skill disabled at a chance of 30%, but that's not a passive skill problem, that's an active skill problem. Surely there's some kind of way to cheese this. I'm just not quite seeing it yet. Maybe if we do it like... This is a complete ass pull. I'm not expecting this to work, but as a proof of concept, it would be interesting. Right? Like, this is just not enough even damage output, even nearly.
では参る。この権利あなたに見え。切り開くぞ。
Yeah, the problem is that we get a unit that's actually kind of fucking difficult to kill. Okay.
では行こうか。始めましょう。
That's probably a fucking gimmick. That's not gonna do much. Heal over time to all allies. Okay, sure.
ありがとう。
Yeah, because she's getting blasted like nobody's business. And she has exactly one turn to retaliate. Powers up herself. It's not a detriment in this case because they don't attack any of the other units anyway.
始めましょう。これで。
So she should get immortal after this one. Wait, but they still get a fucking... Oh, okay. That kind of fucking sucks. So I don't lose a unit, but they all still get fucking 100% plus. Oh, that's stupid. That is so dumb. Okay. Listen, an attempt was made.
始めましょう。サポートします。
It was a nice idea while it lasted. Why are they taunted? That's what I don't quite get. Well, this does nothing. I'm not expecting that. Alright, this is a crock of shit. This is not working. We need to either prevent them from doing damage to the anchor, or just prevent them from moving at all. That's probably the only solution here. So the immortality gimmick is funny, doesn't really do anything. So yeah, we probably still have to stick to like the core high power damage dealers, just for the sake of, you know, actually killing stuff. And Mirabelle does well, outside of the fact that it's very difficult to keep her alive past a few turns. Puzzles are getting a bit nuts. It's also a problem with just my bad knowledge of the skill sets that I have. Like, probably somewhere among the purples or the blues, there is some kind of silver bullet, or God forbid amongst the male characters, some kind of silver bullet that would prevent a character from just, you know, dying like that. So it has something to do, like, the hint is in the evasion. If we are given so much evasion, it's done for a reason. Let's try this one more time. If the anchor is given evasion, it's a reason for us to double down on that. And the sort of least obvious solution is to double down and try to produce a build that just doesn't get hit at all ever.
そろそろ私の出番か。
では行こうか。はっやっ撃ちます。
Now, she's doing pretty okay, right?
はっ砕けろ。
That was somewhat unfortunate, but that's fine. I don't think we tried this combination, right? Because the last time we ran Shirayuki, we still had Oboro as part of the stack, because I wanted to see if I can get away with... with cheesing the confusion mechanic, which I can't, apparently. Okay. Listen, I prefer puzzles that are difficult and that force me to think. See, now we're getting to a place where RNG kind of becomes the determining factor, because the success or failure of this run now hinges on, first of all, the rate of evasion on Shirayuki, and secondarily on how quickly, whether or not she lands any freezes. She's gonna blast this. Trying to think which one of these is a better target for us to take down. Probably not the red, because red has a low hit factor on her. So it doesn't make sense to focus on him. Right? She does enough of her own independent damage. It's the other two that are the issue. Because they're gonna they do neutral damage at neutral accuracy. And he has reduced accuracy inherently, so we should probably keep him alive the longest. Might have biffed it. Okay, we're gonna try one more time after this. I actually really like Aki's design as well, just the ridiculous fuck-off Tachi that she wields, obviously, very well. Alright, girlie, I just need you to survive for one more round, please. Okay, he goes down. Aki is up. I think this is where we're within swinging distance. I prioritized my targets incorrectly. Excuse me? Why have you lost? Wait, what? She didn't lose aggro. And chance to be targeted increased, okay. Well, target this. Probably not the best decision to just biff my ultimate on that, but okay. Okay, even if... That's a big if. This thing manages to break out and kill the anchor, we're still at such an extreme disadvantage that we should probably be able to do enough to kill it. Okay, he's gonna lose freeze. Even if we don't refreeze, we shouldn't have an issue stacking enough damage to keep it down, even if it gets the double damage buff. Provided it even gets a turn. Alright, speed down, good.
では行こうか。はっ。
You jumpy little shit.
さて、そろそろ私の出番か。てやー。
And he collects a buff, that's fine. That's fine, he barely has any health to do anything with it anyway.
では行こうか。邪眼熾烈。過去の
Oh,
傷
you're
から
not
は
gonna
逃げられ
dodge.
ない。
There we go. Eat shit and die, Clanker.
早く帰りてー。
Ah. Alright. This is fun. This is fun. It's fucking with me, but I'm sort of here for it. What's the next one? Technique characters with all the same preconditions, eh? Ha. I might be able to actually pull this off. I might be able to just do this with this stack. Let's try this. It's interesting. See, now that the colors shift, I gain access to different combinations. Now I both get Mirabelle getting borderline unhittable, while also enjoying access to Shirayuki's freeze.
では参ります。さあ、あなたに見切れる。作戦目標確認。
Okay, Saika may be a little bit out of whack. She's not entirely useful.
煙幕を張るぞ。
撃ちます。
Do I want to blow my load right now? What's my reset on this? Accuracy down for 2 turns. 20% accuracy down only though. We can save it. Let's savor it for now. We target you, right? No, we target the red one. Red one kills the anchor fastest. Wow, that smoke grenade didn't do shit. It's gonna go ahead and... There's definitely some interesting interplay for different types here. I just never get the fucking feint. I hate it so much. There, suck a dick. Oh, get the fuck out. Oh, that is just unfair. Let's re-roll this. Let's re-roll. I need 3 technique characters, one of them being Mirabelle. I still need Shirayuki to freeze. Who can I swap out? Who can I swap out? Interesting, because, hear me out, she casts Protect Shield. Protect Shield doesn't do shit in this scenario, never mind. I'm talking out of my ass. Green. Do we just rely on healing? Yeah, unfortunately we're gonna miss out on actually killing stuff that way. Oh, probably. Yeah, we have to stick to Saika for this. Just less with less suck. The RNG kind of fucked us. Right, we focus on the red because he is the most dangerous to us.
さて、やってみよっか。悪くないな。では、参ります。さあ、あなたに見切れるかしら。
Okay, max damage.
作戦目標確認。行動開始。煙幕を張るぞ。
Okay, we do accuracy down. No targeted freeze, that's fine. That is dog shit.
やってみよっか。切り捨てる。では参ります。食らいなさい。テイト。はあ。作戦目標確認。
Because the highest hit factor here is on the red walker, right?
座標。撃ちます。
Okay, we do a mass freeze, and he doesn't freeze. That's great. That's so cool. I love that I just get fucked by the RNG for no reason absolutely whatsoever. The game just decided that, you know what, fuck you in particular.
見切れるかな。では参ります。はあはあ。撃ちます。
Okay, y'all are still frozen, so there's that. We get a couple of freebies. Probably should focus on reducing our incoming damage as much as possible.
では参ります。はあはあ。さてやってみよっか。
I'm upset that the idea of combining Mirabelle and Shirayuki would have been the silver bullet for this level. Mildly pissed off. It would appear that putting two good things together doesn't actually double the effect. I'm probably gonna wash. Yeah, Shirayuki is down, so we no longer get any free turns. Rakshasa is at full health. Let's do this. Saika's probably, yeah, there goes Saika. This being a single hit move is actually hard capping her damage output. Okay, so we're one-on-one, and that thing has double damage, but I have double speed. Interesting. Mexican standoff. Depending on crits, I might pull this off. Come on, crit right up. Oh, you suck. Oh, you suck. Oh, get the fuck out. That is just unfair. That is just bad RNG. I can do this. I can pull this off. We can do this. We do one more. We do one more. This is just bad RNG. Entirely doable. Okay, let's think about this deeply. See, we get taunt, that's good. This is good. We get taunt, that's good. We wail on him still. We max out damage. We reduce accuracy. We're not going to freeze, unless I freeze you in particular. He's not participating. Ha ha ha! If he has taunted, he's not gonna participate. And when he attacks taunted, he doesn't pull the rest of them in. Okay, good to know. Taunt is only one turn. So he's done. He has taken the bait. We get all the damage we can. Double up on the AoE. Yeah, it's just a problem of me being butt-fucked by the RNG on like every step of the previous. See, now I get 4 out of 4 freezes. They can't do shit. I actually don't need to waste a turn chasing you. I can spread the damage more evenly. Let me think. Who am I most concerned about, though? The neutral damage sources are not great to have around. Put you the fuck down? Hey, what the fuck? How are you still alive? That's not fair. Mirabelle biffed it a little bit, but that's okay. You can't rely on women to do anything, right? Oh, okay, we do this. We actually lived long enough for this to reset. Like a neutral damage have an ass. Interesting. I'm gonna think. Take him down. Okay, they barely do any damage anymore. That's fucking peanuts in damage, though. We're completely unbothered by that. We collect a free turn. We collect free damage, okay. We don't care. Come on. Okay, and he's baited. That's even better. See, when my abilities actually work, the plan sort of falls into place. The panicked mind cannot comprehend the level of scheming we're operating at. There we go. Get put the fuck down. Oh, this is so busted. This is actually busted in half. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, this has been fun. This has been very fun. We've made some serious progress, too. So, let's pop off with a recruit. We have the tickets to spare. Gold. We're rolling legendaries. Okay, let's see what we got. We got one legendary, but that's nothing to sneeze at. These are free tickets. Snake Lady. Nice. Okay, I'm in an improved mood. We have men to send into the blender too, so 2 of them actually. Hell yeah. Let's improve Snake Lady's skill. I don't know which one though. Snake Lady, what is your skill? Crit resistance down. So this is the debuff that she inflicts. Poison resonance. Just the raw damage output. Inflicts poison for each buff the target had. Oh. Ah. It's damage buffs. It's all damage buffs. Okay. Not very interesting. For those of you interested in the lore, so damn, the thunderous clapping of cheeks. Sorry, I can't hear myself think over this. Power Lady when? Ah, I see you've read up on the Taimanin lore. I really want Power Lady. Power Lady is my favorite of the duo. So probably soon. They've been knocking out characters for these things pretty frequently, and they have the 3D models for all of them, really. Because I think there's at least not full reuse of assets, because these are obviously not action time in assets, but there's definitely, you know, a capability of knocking these out fairly quickly. So I think Power Lady is going to come soon. I'm going to whale the shit out of that banner. But Snake Lady is the alter ego of Kalia. So the more you know. How many pieces do I have actually now? Yeah, well, there she is. Haven't read up on it. I just showed her on the Discord once. Ah, okay, true. But yeah, I hope Power Lady comes soon. Alright, we're gonna look for a target to raid because I'm a little bit on the tired side. So let's pop open. Let's see who's on Twitch. Who haven't we raided in a while is the operative question here. Let's see. I have some preferences that I'm not going to voice just yet. It's going to depend on what numbers we're working with. I want to keep it somewhat thematically consistent. Okay, we have numbers that we can show up with. Let's see. We are going to... You know what? We're in Autismo mode, and it's been a while since we've said hi to Wishy, so we're gonna raid into Wishy. There we go. Just playing Minecraft. Okay, raid. Wishy VT. There we go. Fantastic. Raid is starting soon. There's some unspeakable hell currently going on stream. We're back to our regular schedule. I will not be... I don't know if I'll be streaming on the 4th, so look out for announcements. Remember to join the server, participate in the point system, because it's set up for your own good primarily. With that, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to not be primarily sedentary. Bye-bye.
Hold on 1 second.